Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good morning. Welcome back. Welcome again. We are happy to start our second day of training. I'm happy to also indicate that we have a new participant. I will give her the floor to introduce herself.
Une nouvelle participante, je vais lui donner la possibilité de se présenter.
I'm coming from Zach. I work with the Ministry of Agriculture.
Je travaille au sein du ministère d'Agriculture dans mon pays et je suis ingénieur agricole. Donc, nous entamons notre deuxième journée de travail intéressant avec notre expert Kamal BELABBES, qui est un ancien professeur au sein de l'ingénierie agricole à l'Institut agronomique vétérinaire de Rabat. Maintenant, il est expert auprès du conseil d'ingénieurs d'Afrique appelé NOVEC. Il fait partie de l'équipe et assure une assistance technique à l'administration, au conseil d'administration du conseil régional comme celui que nous avons ici à Marrakech. Il travaille beaucoup dans une autre zone du Maroc appelée Tedla. Et je voulais aussi dire que nous ne voulons pas vous fatiguer uniquement avec de la formation parce que l'après-midi, nous avons en fait nous sommes arrangés que la formation prenne fin vers le mi-après-midi. Nous allons nous accorder avec notre ingénieur pour discuter avec vous ce que vous voulez visiter, voir ici à Marrakech. Donc, vous avez cette possibilité de visiter l'une des meilleures destinations touristiques du Maroc. Nous avons aussi prévu de vous prendre sur une visite du musée Mohamed VI de la civilisation et patrimoine de l'eau au Maroc. Certainement, vous allez l'aimer. C'est ici à Marrakech et ça va vous donner une vision globale de la façon dont on traite l'eau au Maroc jusqu'à présent. Donc, sans trop tarder, je vais donner la parole à notre expert Kamal BELABBES. Merci.
Thank you, Professor Bertali. Bonjour, salam alaikum.
Good morning. Yesterday, we actually started our presentation with a lot of considerations having to do with dripping system and the advantages of spot or dripping system. And as agreed, today we are going to, during these two sessions, we're going to go over some technical features and also organizational characteristics. As I said yesterday, my presentation will focus a lot more on what is referred to here in Morocco as collective facilities to manage and run the current situation and the future of modernization of future irrigated areas. We actually went full speed in terms of facilities for large farms. The challenge, as I said yesterday, our sole engineers, administration, studies, and operators, managers. The challenge ahead of us all is and in R&D, also, the challenge for us all is actually to succeed in implementing these modernization projects and making them happen in partnership with beneficiaries and
On
farmers.
avait
Yesterday, we
passé en revue
laid down
les avantages.
the various
On était resté aux avantages de l'irrigation localisée.
advantages of
Vous
dripping
avez fait
system,
part de
drip irrigation,
les impacts
and I shared with you the first
qui sont constatés
impact
au niveau
observed
des périmètres modernisés
within modernized parameters
à l'échelle de différents grands périmètres irrigués au Maroc.
different large irrigated parameters in Morocco.
Aujourd'hui,
Now,
sans avoir la prétention de
without actually
rentrer dans le détail,
delving into details, some of you are already familiar
avec pas mal de concepts,
with
d'autres
so many concepts, others may not be so, but
plus
I'll try to be as
simple possible
simple
et
as
faire
possible
passer quelques messages.
to share with you
Là encore,
few messages here and there.
au départ, je n'avais
And
pas la
from
prétention
the outset, I'm not actually claiming
en 6 heures pratiquement d'intervention
to be able in 6 hours
de faire
to
des uns et des autres des spécialistes de l'irrigation localisée.
turn you experts or specialists in drip
Je vous prépare
irrigation.
au fur et à mesure
I can
quelques
share with you
bibliographies intéressantes
few bibliographies here and then
pour ceux qui veulent aller plus loin
for those of you who wish to
dans les uns
go
ou autres aspects.
in depth in different aspects
Aujourd'hui, j'aimerais
seen today.
juste,
Today, I just would like to get started
par rappeler
with reminding you
notions,
of some concepts
concevoir,
and say that we cannot really
mettre en place un projet
set up a
d'irrigation
project of irrigation
concerner la
without
question
actually being
des
knowledgeable
besoins en
about
agriculture.
the needs in crop
Cette
waters.
question est importante.
This
À ce titre, je
im-
dirais,
This is an important aspect for two reasons.
le premier titre, c'est pouvoir
First reason is
mentionner les
to be
projets
able to size
quelles
the
que soient les
irrigation
irrigations.
projects, no matter what.
La question qui se pose,
So the
c'est
first question
quels seront les
to be asked
besoins
is,
de ces
what
projets
will be
d'irrigation.
the needs of these
Et donc,
irrigation
le
projects?
premier aspect, c'est de
So
pouvoir
the first
dimensionner,
aspect is to be
concevoir
able
le projet,
to have the sizing
surtout,
of the
je dirais,
project, and also, and particularly, right
la mise en œuvre du
after
projet,
that,
dans la
in the
gestion du
implementation,
projet,
in the management of the
justement,
project,
approcher, suivre ces besoins en eau pour
it's
pouvoir
about monitoring these needs
l'irrigation
so we can bring
suffisante de
in
manière
enough
rationnelle,
irrigation
efficiente,
rationally
plus
and
importante.
efficiently, and that's the most interesting part. Let me
que
just
ce
go back
modèle
and remind you of this model that's known to all.
le besoin d'une culture,
The need
effectivement,
in
la réponse à
crops
une demande climatique.
is respond to
Donc, on est
climate
en plein
need.
dans le climat et dans les changements
Demand.
climatiques.
So we are now in full speed of climate change. The need in water is all the more significant today, insofar as we need to follow these climate data and the history and the development, and particularly we need to react on a daily basis to the various needs in these irrigated parameters. This is a well-known model, known to us all.
L'évapotranspiration d'une culture,
Evapotranspiration of crop is a response to climate needs, and we have various coefficients here that actually reflect the process, the advancement process. I can show you FAO 24, that's quite old, and also Bulletin 56 of FAO, the Gazette of FAO, that actually offers the latest development by a board of international experts. So I'm not going to dwell too long on this, but the point is actually to underscore the point of being able to address the needs of crops. And here you are engineers, managers, operating in administration. So having this kind of reflex to equip our different contexts with means and resources to be able to acquire these climate data, to be able to operate this kind and roll out this kind of model known to all. FAO 36, I talked about yesterday, which is a good document also, and you may just as well consult it. I'm not going to dwell too long on this point here, but I could just
Une petite question relative à l'irrigation.
raise here a question about drip irrigation, which is different from classical irrigation, gravity or sprinkling, where we spraying, we can have reduction coefficient to
Traduire le fait que dans
reflect the fact that in drip system, the whole soil is not humidified. So we just have the pipes that are modified, so humidified. So there's a quotient there that will certainly reduce further this need in evapotranspiration, and that's one advantage of drip irrigation. Quick comment here, based on the latest developments in climate changes, and this is an opportunity for us as we are here, colleagues,
Bien, donc on est entre collègues opérant dans différents contextes.
Operating in different African contexts.
Et de tout temps, il y avait
and over time, there's always been a discussion over a number of years on what climate formula needs to be used to address climate demand. This evaporation is a basis for culture. So there is one formula
qui s'impose, je dirais, de par plusieurs travaux de recherche.
That is actually necessary based on different publications and newsletters of FAO. It shows Penman-Montit formula. And I'd like here to invite colleagues in different contexts to do this. And this is a formula in Morocco that's turned into benchmark for the estimates of evapotranspiration of reference. This formula, as you see, needless for me to get into details, this formula is quite exhaustive. It takes into account all the climate factors from the solar rays to humidity, temperature, and so on. So this is a formula that shows up as the formula that best addresses evapotranspiration like grass, and that requires climate data on a daily basis, because that can result in daily values quite specifically. So we need to have all the climate factors: temperature, humidity, solar rays, wind, and so on. So this formula of Penman-Montit in Morocco, we have large irrigated areas that are equipped with meteorological areas that collect these climate data and that use this formula of Penman-Montit. And that's a very good thing within country or within a region, large region. It's good to be using the same model of estimates to exchange results, because for a few years we've had difficulties as a result of the use of different climate formulas, different formulas that you all know. So FAO here has brought in some order. Now we have a formula that's been operating now for 20 years and a vital formula for estimate and forecast. Quick footnote here. Although this has to do with management aspect and operation of irrigated area, the issue of climate data, we've been talking about the climate changes, and we are all aware of these climate factors that result from the regulation and changes. And here again, to the risk of being repetitive and redundant, we need to have climate series and climate data. And increasingly, as you have been told, these phenomena of climate changes and deregulation are increasingly punctual. So this calls upon us all, meteorology services in each country, that's their role, but also the agriculture that has its own needs in Morocco. We have the two networks, National Meteorology Network and Agricultural Network, and different irrigated parameters in irrigated areas or in poor rain areas. They are equipped with this type of meteorological points that are increasingly accessible in terms of cost, and they can actually be multiple, so we can have good monitoring and maintenance of this equipment. The box you have here, that's not so visible, and you'll have it on the PowerPoint. It's the type of messages that I receive every morning on my smartphone that farmers and managers receive too, which indicates actually in each and every context of the parameter the climate data, temperature, humidity, solar ray, wind, and evapotranspiration of reference. This is data that's quite interesting for a farmer or for a manager of irrigated perimeter, having this climate demand that will allow the person to assess the needs in agriculture and crops. And in other forms of irrigation, you can use different formulas like Blanicaldi and others. In dripping irrigation, the frequency of irrigation is daily. Otherwise, it's just 2 or 3 or 4 days. This then leads us to have climate data. Hence, the need for this kind of equipment and spreading of information that is quite accessible now and possible through our smartphones and other devices. So, it's very important actually to not just to content oneself with climate series already existing and which is most of the time obsolete and not up to date. So it's very interesting to get equipped of means to address and deal with the climate data. So planning of irrigation can actually and irrigation so that we can make irrigation scheduling in particular. So it's very important to deal with this, and I'm not going to talk too much about these coefficients of crops and so on, but I think that everybody is a bit aware of these coefficients. And we have cultural coefficients that are published by FAO, and they're valid, and they bank on developments and experiences of different countries. These coefficients are valid, and we have with us researchers. So there's no more any need to go and try to gain more accuracy in research and trials to define other coefficients. I think these coefficients are quite valid. However, these models are valid, of course, and we can see here the consumption of crops, and we have also rainfall data and needs and need in terms of washing or leaching, the gain we can have in working on cultural coefficient, I think we need to have good estimate of rain that can be efficient, good estimate of evapotranspiration by a valid model, rather than going to have more accuracy in cultural coefficient. If FAO coefficients are valid, you can check them in each context. In Morocco, we've had so much work on this aspect, which allows us to say then that Penman-mounted model for T0 is a valid model and that Cassé of FAO are valid. So to address the need in irrigation, the volume of water, dripping system, that's the model that is implemented in the design phase as well as in the conducting of irrigation. If you want to have rational and efficient operation of irrigation. I'd like once again to insist on this. We're coming to a stage where, as I said yesterday, dripping system is a good technique. It's an important breakthrough to irrigate in an efficient manner by bringing water to the roots of tree, and that's good. And the results have been clear here. And technology, we'll have with us this afternoon colleagues from companies of irrigation equipment, but technology has moved forward a lot, and internet is rich in terms of technology of gravity irrigation, and talked yesterday about pipes and so on. So even with a technique that is quite sophisticated and efficient, if it is not properly used, then you may end up with levels of efficiency that come close to gravity irrigation. Here we have a simple case for which I'd like you to focus on. So the level of water to be brought to required by vegetation, which I put here, net need, BN. So we have gross need, because in every single system there is the net and there is the gross. The net need is what I need to have. The gross is the amount of water I have to give, knowing that there will be some leaks and loss. So when we have gravity irrigation, as you know, we have efficiency of 50 to 60% in best case scenarios. In aspersion, you can go up to 70% for well-designed facilities and well-run. In dripping system, this efficiency can go up to 90%, 95% maximum. So this efficiency all depends on the technique of irrigation. In the case of gravity irrigation and drip irrigation, remember that efficiency here, and literature is rich in this regard. Efficiency is the result of two efficiencies. One efficiency in irrigation and one efficiency of coefficient of conformity, compliance. We need to remember this. Coefficient of compliance and conformity is a coefficient that can vary from 50 to 100%, and that will reflect the quality of water distribution within the plot. When all plants receive the same water, we have good efficiency. Around 100%, we have good uniformity of irrigation. That's why we call it coefficient of uniformity, uniformity coefficient. If you have a facility that's not well designed, of dripping system, bad sizing of distribution of pressures. Yesterday, I talked about the distributor that is governed by an output law. The output of pipe is based on the pressure on top. If distribution of pressure is not well designed, well sized, then you get to bad distribution of water in the plot and to coefficients that can actually go up to 60-65% instead of being at 190% or 1%. So efficiency is the result of these two terms. Efficiency of irrigation, you have this graph here. This is the proportion of water stored in the roots. When you have sandy soil, you bring in 100 millimeters, so only 80 millimeters can be stored because the type of soil is sandy. But, for example, muddy soil can store water. That's why we have this value that can depend on the type of soil. So this is governed by texture. However, when it comes to uniformity coefficient, it's determined by the quality of the study of the installation of the dripping system and the quality of management of the running of irrigation.
Recording in progress.
And you can see here that if we take the case, for example, I have 87%, 0.8. If you multiply that by 0.6, this efficiency then becomes around 50%. So it's the same level as gravity, while we should be here in low dripping system. If we have, for example, 0.5, the volume of water I need to give at the top of the plot should be high to have good irrigation. Very often, that's the source of hardships and problems that you can see in some dripping system facilities. And alongside with this, there is a test that is quite straightforward for those operating this field that allows us to assess the coefficient of uniformity, which is important. In dripping system, we have the rule of 16 distributors. The same approach is used for sprinkling or spraying. This is station of sprayers, so we go for the one that's least favored or most favored. So we have 16. We have 16 pipes, and we try to assess the output, and then we can have uniformity in a relatively accurate manner by having the average of the least quartile, and we can take the pipes with the least output, the 4 pipes with the least output, and we can have average. We divide by the average of 16 pipes. So this is an important piece of data for us to assess the quality of the study and of design and of irrigation. This allows us also to assess the level of alteration of pipes due to blocking, mechanical blocking because of sand or of any other chemical residues. So, uniformity coefficient is an important piece of data. So these are
L'installation
needs.
répond à un besoin d'une culture, d'un verger, un ensemble dans le cas d'arboriculture ou de plantes annuelles. Et en parlant de plantes annuelles,
So
il y a
we have annual plants actually.
Quand on commence à
When
monter des
you
projets
start
avec les agriculteurs,
setting up projects with farmers,
la
this
question qui revient souvent,
the question that comes up very often is,
telle culture s'adapte bien à
such
l'irrigation localisée.
does such a crop, for example, adapt with
Souvent,
dripping system? Farmers always ask questions whether, for example, alfalfa crops and so on, or cereals, wheat and so on, would these be adapted to dripping system? The answer is yes. Here you have plots of cereals. Here you have plot for other crops. So dripping system adapts to all crops. It's all about good sizing and the choice of
les cultures, aussi bien les
and
cultures
pipe
courantes,
crops
céréales,
like cereals, men,
luzerne,
and so on,
toutes les cultures fourragères, que les cultures en ligne, telles que pommes de terre, betteraves, toutes les cultures que vous connaissez.
all the other crops. You know, here we dripping system adapts to all crops. It's all about good sizing and the choice of pipes and outputs. Here, just would like to see the need through climate data and so on,
et des données climatiques telles que la pluviométrie, bien entendu.
like rainfall and so on.
Quel est l'apport ou ce qu'on appelle la
لا
pluviométrie
هذيك غوتور تي وحده جوج ديال تي لا غوتور هذيك تي غوتي من ديك اكسون لا تكبع قلت لك لا راه غلط فيها بايب واقيلا. So in terms of millimeters, we can see that rainfall of facility, and I'd like you to focus on this point here. It is actually governed by the output of the pipe. And yesterday I said that for dripping system, we have a turbulent pipe that's integrated, and usually we talk about output from 1 liter to 8. Generally here in Morocco, for modernized parameters, we have output of 2 liters for annual crops and 4 liters for
Et donc, le débit, la pluviométrie, autrement dit, la quantité d'eau qui est apportée par millimètre par heure,
so
en
the
millimètres par heure par une installation,
for agriculture.
le débit du goûteur
So
apporté aux écartements.
we try to see here size and differences between pipes. I'm talking here about pipes here because
Si on change un écartement, si on ne respecte pas l'écartement
so if you don't respect the theoretical differences, you can have rainfall that have nothing to do with theoretical values. For instance, here I have 2 cases where I can show, for example, space between ramps. If we have, for example, 1 meter of banister, for example, so we have 50 cubic meters per hectare per hour. If we have a space of 80 centimeters, that can be for and so on, then we move to 6.25 millimeters per hectare per hour. So space is an important piece of information. So distance is an important factor in addition to output, rainfall, and the output of the pipe. and that can be gauged in a simple manner. You just have to put a small recipient and then collect over a specific period of time size, so you can decide about the output of the pipe. So local or dripping system facility should be well designed. There are technical parameters to be respected, and in practice here we need to make sure that the farmer respects fully these spaces and distances.
C'est tout à fait légitime, je dirais. Très difficile de changer les mentalités et de changer les pratiques.
Difficult to change people's mindsets and habits. And we have had cases in Morocco, culture farmers, where the first day they have dripping system, they have some doubts about the efficiency of the system, because this is dripping irrigation, while dripping irrigation is 50 millimeters per hectare. To irrigate, for example, if you irrigate for an hour and a half or 2 hours, then move on to the next area. If the farmer brings in 5 or 6 hours, that makes something like 25-30 millimeters, which is a small dose of gravitational irrigation. So dripping system brings in a lot of water. So the first irrigation farmers are skeptical about the facility. They don't know whether this reacts and meets the needs. They do that the first month when the bill comes in, but when the bill comes in, they understand the dripping system is a source of savings, and crops can be in good condition with this well thought out output. It's 5 millimeters per hour. So when you operate the facility, you have 6 millimeters, 5 to 6 millimeters. This is good. So 1 hour would be enough to meet the needs of a crop. 1 hour, no more. So we have leach in there. Hence, the need to assess the needs well and to have good understanding of facility and what it can bring in terms of water volume, to be able to coincide both with good margin for security. I talked earlier about leaching and so on, when there is a need for that. So we need to offset bad management. These are theoretical concepts, and each concept per se would require a fully fledged training session. I hope now you have an idea that the confrontation of need is dependent on climate data in terms of rainfall and so on, temperature, humidity, sun, and so on, all climate data. We cannot, for gravity irrigation, you cannot say that a drip system, cannot say that we can just be content with temperature because we're in the context of Sahel. And humidity is enough to reflect the climate demand. So we need acquisition of all climate data and rainfall too, which is an important climate data to meet the needs of these crops. Alongside with this, you have precipitate drip system, which can distribute water set by these parameters. And all this is geared towards the fact that the facility should meet the needs of the crops. I'm not going to be.
Pour aller jusqu'à quelle heure? La pause,
How far can we go? What time is the break?
une demi-heure.
Half an hour.
Donc, on ne pourra pas échapper
So
à,
we can
à
only.
cette confrontation. Et encore
We
une
need
fois,
this confrontation.
ces considérations interviennent, je me répète, mais interviennent à deux niveaux, il ne faut pas l'oublier. Les données climatiques, ça n'est pas pour faire la conception d'un projet d'irrigation, mais les données climatiques de plus en plus seront nécessaires pour suivre justement cette évolution des changements climatiques sur de longues séries, mais aussi au jour le jour pour pouvoir faire une bonne gestion de l'irrigation pour, bien sûr, quand on dit gestion de l'irrigation, ça n'est pas vraiment un mot. Quand on dit une gestion rationnelle de l'irrigation, un avertissement à l'irrigation, une bonne planification d'irrigation, ou ce qu'on appelle aussi du pilotage de l'irrigation, l'irrigation scheduling, c'est pour avoir une bonne efficience d'utilisation de l'eau, et donc une économie d'eau, on ne perd pas d'eau, mais surtout aussi, on ne perd pas d'engrais, parce que l'agriculteur qui va apporter plus que ce qu'il n'en faut, eh bien, l'excès d'eau va percoler, il va lessiver les engrais qui vont aller dans la nappe, polluer la nappe, et l'agriculteur est perdant sur les deux plans, eau et fertilisant. Et puis le troisième plan, bien sûr, il est perdant sur la culture, sur son niveau de rendement et sur la qualité de son rendement. Voilà. Lors de la discussion, si vous avez des questions, on pourra revenir sur... et sans tarder, je vais passer au troisième volet, qui est relatif aux composantes d'une installation d'irrigation localisée. Et tout de suite, je lance le schéma. Bien sûr, chaque contexte sera différent, bien entendu. Ça, c'est un exemple. C'est un réseau du périmètre du Abdallah. Mais chaque périmètre, chaque contexte a sa propre configuration, bien sûr. Mais j'aimerais juste, à travers ceci, dire que généralement, un système d'aménagement d'irrigation collectif, ceci dit, même quand on a affaire à une installation individuelle, une grande ferme, un grand domaine, eh bien, c'est un peu la même architecture. Vous avez un cours d'eau, une ressource d'eau, un canal ou un cours d'eau, ou un bassin, un grand bassin de stockage, un barrage, un grand bassin, et puis des unités de prélèvement, des prises. Donc, on va dépendre effectivement de l'importance du périmètre. Ce qu'on appelle une adduction, une canalisation qui va transporter l'eau depuis la prise jusqu'à, dans ce cas-là, les stations de filtration, et il y en a 3. Et de plus en plus, dans les périmètres irrigués collectifs, eh bien, cette station de filtration est généralement collective également. Hier, je parlais de la filtration. Je vais commencer à parler de filtration de l'eau en goutte à goutte. Là encore, je rappelle que c'est effectivement un point critique très important dans les installations d'irrigation localisées. Très important parce que, je disais, il y a des distributeurs, des diamètres vraiment très fins, et donc il faut filtrer l'eau pour éviter qu'il y ait un bouchage de ces distributeurs. Et donc, généralement, il y a 2 étages de filtration. Tout dépend de la qualité de l'eau. On peut avoir une pré-filtration même avant, mais généralement, on a une filtration collective pour les périmètres collectifs, une grande station de filtration collective, et puis à l'échelle de l'exploitation, à l'intérieur, on le verra, il y a un 2e étage de filtration. C'est vraiment généralement ce qui est recommandé pour assurer une bonne qualité de l'eau. On verra tout à l'heure, on discutera de la gestion effectivement de ces installations quand il s'agit de périmètres collectifs. Mais voilà un peu l'architecture. Une prise qui peut être, là par exemple, dans ce cas du Tadla, c'est une prise gravitaire. Je disais hier,
That region,
on
its
a
gravity
le fait que le localisé n'est pas exigeant en
irrigation.
pression, eh bien, on peut effectivement, des fois,
Really
quand la
compound.
topographie le
When
permet,
the
quand il y a une
topography
dénivelée,
allows it, when
là,
there
par
is
exemple, en l'occurrence, la prise sur le canal,
the
elle domine
canal,
le
it
périmètre,
dominates the
il y a bien une
perimeter.
soixantaine de mètres de
If there
dénivelé.
is 60
Eh bien,
meter
cette
here,
dénivelé,
and
cette différence de côte
its
permet
difference
justement une adduction gravitaire.
allows
Donc, il y a une canalisation qui part
gravity
directement du canal
irrigation.
et qui
So
va
it moves on
alimenter
from the
le
canal
périmètre
to feed
qui est
the perimeter.
en contrebas. Et donc,
And here,
une adduction gravitaire, il n'y a pas de
there
pompage. Des fois, bien
is no
sûr,
pumping.
il y a besoin de pompage parce qu'on n'a
We
pas
need
cette
pumping
dénivelé. Et
because
donc, pour
we
avoir
don't
la
have
pression
this.
nécessaire
So in order
de
to
l'eau,
have the
il faut assurer
necessary pressure of water,
une
we
mise en
have to
pression,
assure
une installation de pompage pour
and
justement
pumping
assurer cette pression au départ.
to assure
Donc,
this in
Prise,
the beginning.
éventuellement une
So
station de pompage si on n'a pas suffisamment de
we
dénivelé,
don't have,
une station de filtration,
there is a
un réseau
filtration
d'adduction,
station,
conduite enterrée, et puis après un
and
réseau
then
de
a
distribution
network of
qui va aller
distribution that
au niveau
will
de chaque parcelle.
go
Voilà un peu
in
l'architecture
This is somehow
généralement
the architecture,
préconisée.
generally speaking, preconized
Et
in
on
this
va retrouver
regard. And then
ces
here,
différentes
we
composantes
see once again
dans
different
ce qui va
components
suivre. Donc,
in
vous
what
avez
will
un
come
ouvrage de
later.
prise
You have
qui peut être un bassin.
a basin here,
Normalement, des bassins en géomembrane, étanchéisés, imperméabilisés, et donc on stocke l'eau
here,
à partir de
stock
forages, de
water.
puits. Ça, c'est le cas, par exemple, d'une
This is
grande
the
ferme.
case of a
En
big
l'occurrence, la
farm.
photo ici, c'est une grande ferme.
It's a big
un
farm,
grand
it's
verger.
a big farm.
Mais au Maroc, on assiste à des projets collectifs,
So here we have collective
autour
projects
de grands bassins. Il y a
around
certaines
big people.
coopératives qui, effectivement,
Cooperatives
mettent
that
en place un bassin collectif
implement
et
collective basin
installent un réseau,
network.
une installation d'irrigation localisée goutte à goutte à partir de ce bassin.
Different system.
Donc, une prise sur un
So-
canal avec une installation de pompage,
Checking work
ou alors
on a
une
canal,
prise directement sur un canal. Ici, vous
or
avez une
checking work
pré-filtration, là encore,
on big
pour
canal,
filtrer
which have
l'eau
quick filtration
avant de l'envoyer au niveau de la premier
before
étage
sending it
de
to
filtration. Donc, un ouvrage
the,
de prise sur un
filtration,
canal,
station.
après des canalisations,
And then we
un
have
réseau d'adduction et de
an
distribution qui
adduction
va distribuer l'eau au niveau de
network
chaque
which will
prise,
distribute water,
une station de filtration collective. Vous voyez un peu
collective
l'importance de ces équipements.
station,
Donc, une série de filtres.
a series
La
of
filtration,
filters.
c'est aussi un domaine.
So filtration is
Là,
a
vous avez
skill.
des filtres à tamis, il y a des
And-
filtres à sable, il y a des filtres à disque, il y a différents
Yeah,
types de
many types
filtration.
of filters
Ici,
here.
généralement, quand il s'agit de filtration collective, c'est des filtres à disque, à tamis, pardon, des filtres à tamis
We
ou
have
des filtres à
sometimes
sable,
filters.
ou en l'occurrence des filtres à disque. Je ne vais pas trop rentrer dans ce détail, mais la technologie, là encore,
The technology
est très développée, très pourvue.
is very developed.
Une station de filtration collective,
You have
et puis on arrive
collective filtration
Au niveau
system, and then
de
we move on
l'agriculteur,
to the
au niveau
farmer.
de l'AUA. Et je rappelle qu'ici, par exemple,
So the reminder is here for
les trois stations de filtration, c'est
Three
pratiquement trois
filtration
AUA.
systems
Donc,
are
chaque AUA, chaque
three
association.
IUA.
Je parle
Each
d'AUA parce qu'au Maroc, il y a les
Three
associations
support AUA,
d'irrigants, les
what we
associations
call the,
d'usagers d'eau agricole, AUA,
the usage irrigators associations.
associations. Donc, les AUA au Maroc,
In
même
Morocco,
un texte de loi qui les régit,
there's a law that
mais
is
souvent dans les
regulating
périmètres
them.
modernes, souvent,
So in new
c'est les
parameters,
AUA qui sont les porteurs de projets, mais sinon, ça peut être des associations tout court ou
the
des coopératives.
associations or
Donc, il y
cooperatives.
a les trois types de groupements d'agriculteurs.
But
Mais
three
chaque
types of
station de filtration pourrait
farmers.
relever
Each section of
d'une AUA, d'une association.
can have an
qui s'occuperait,
association that will
s'il n'y a pas un
that will
gestionnaire, c'est une
yeah,
discussion qu'on pourra avoir aussi.
but,
Et s'il n'y a pas
no
un gestionnaire,
manager, there is no manager.
cette AUA, cette
This
association
association
va s'occuper de la gestion
and
de son système.
manage the
Donc, on arrive au
management.
niveau
So we reach
de l'association
level,
et de l'agriculteur avec
the
des prises
association.
blocs, des prises propriétés. Tout ça, c'est bien sûr, ça dépend de chaque contexte. Mais au Maroc,
And
on
on
a
each
fait le
context.
choix
So in Morocco,
pour
we
ces
give
à juste titre,
the choice to
le choix d'individualiser au maximum les prises propriétaires.
individualize the
Chaque
prices.
agriculteur, dans les périmètres modernisés,
each
chaque
agriculture
agriculteur a sa prise d'eau, avec tout ce qui va avec en matière de régulation et notamment de comptage. Donc, chaque prise d'agriculteur, il y a un compteur. Et ça, c'est très important pour pouvoir suivre, facturer l'eau à l'échelle de la propriété et non plus des facturations collectives et forfaitaires des fois, mais l'agriculteur est facturé au volume d'eau qui est consommé. Et ça, c'est une bonne chose. Donc, le périmètre moderne, il y a une prise bloc, et à l'intérieur, vous avez les départs de chaque prise agriculteur. Vous allez peut-être voir
calculation of each consumption of water.
Eh bien, c'est un peu le même type de configuration, mais chaque prise agriculteur, il y a un compteur qui suit les consommations de l'agriculteur, et tous ces équipements-là, eh bien, ils sont abrités dans un local qui relève du gestionnaire, qui peut être un ORMVA, un office régional de mise en valeur, comme ça peut être une association, mais un local. Et donc, les différents compteurs sont suivis par l'agent de l'association. Bien. Donc, ça, c'est généralement les installations que vous voyez là. Les installations que vous voyez là, c'est ce qui est appelé au Maroc l'aménagement externe, tout ce qui est externe à la propriété. Maintenant, on arrive à l'intérieur de la propriété, chez l'agriculteur. Eh bien, on va retrouver une prise qui est installée par le périmètre, par le gestionnaire, une prise, et à côté de cette prise, il y a un local, et en irrigation localisée, il y a toujours ce qu'on appelle une station de tête. Quel que soit d'ailleurs le type d'installation, que ce soit individuelle ou collective, il y a ce qu'on appelle la station de tête qui va abriter les équipements de filtration. Là, si la photo vous paraît bien, eh bien, vous avez deux filtres à disque. Vous avez l'équipement pour injecter l'engrais, pour mélanger l'engrais, et puis un dispositif venturi pour injecter l'engrais dans le réseau. Des manomètres qui suivent les pressions à l'intérieur, des dispositifs pour protéger l'installation, pour évacuer l'air, des ventouses, enfin différents équipements qui permettent de protéger le réseau et surtout de permettre à l'agriculteur de filtrer l'eau une dernière fois, absolument important. Deuxième étage de filtration, qui est avec une filtration relativement fine, et puis la possibilité de mélanger l'engrais. Et dans certains contextes, à l'intérieur de cette station de tête, on peut avoir aussi un compteur, un manomètre, des dispositifs pour mesurer la pression et suivre les volumes d'eau qui sont desservis. Vous pouvez avoir aussi, quand je parle de ces filtres, quand on va discuter de la maintenance, l'entretien, eh bien, les filtres doivent être nettoyés régulièrement.
Should be cleaned on a regular basis.
Eh bien,
even with good quality of water,
s'encrasser, arrêter tout ce qui est sable, débris végétaux.
Will end up
les
being
manomètres qui sont installés à l'intérieur permettent justement de repérer le moment où il va falloir nettoyer parce que il y a une différence de pression à l'entrée, à la sortie du filtre. Quand elle avoisine les 0,5 bars, eh bien, on sait que le filtre est encrassé et sale. Donc, il faut le laver. Alors, il y a des dispositifs
there is a huge usage of the filters.
qui peut être automatisé.
They become dirty, so they should be clean.
Il peut être automatisé. Et ces dispositifs de contre-lavage permettent de laver le filtre donc à une fréquence 10-15 jours maximum.
So you can clean
Mais il faut laver les filtres,
in
parce que les
10
filtres qui ont
15
cassé,
days regularly.
vous n'avez plus la pression nécessaire à la sortie.
So
Et
if
du coup,
the
le goûteur
filter
qui est
is
à l'aval ne recevra pas
dusty, you will not
le
have
débit
the
traité,
right
le lot,
pressure.
débit nécessaire. Bien, donc station de tête individualisée. Et là, chaque propriété, eh bien, elle a son installation de tête.
Each habitation should
C'est
have
absolument important de sécuriser ces équipements
has to
contre
secure its
les actes de vandalisme, de vol et autres.
equipment against
Donc,
vandalism
matériel
acts.
sécurisé. Et puis, on arrive à partir de cette
And then
station de tête,
we move to
sortie,
via this
on va aller vers la
head
parcelle,
station. We can go
avec,
through the
sur des vannes, donc un réseau
we can go
de distribution. Généralement, c'est ce qu'on appelle
on
des porteurs,
a
donc des conduites qui vont porter les différentes rampes de goûteurs.
take the different
Vous voyez là,
types of
les rampes de goûteurs qui vont
pipes.
s'étaler sur la parcelle. Et donc,
And here
un réseau de vannes
there's going to be a network
et de protection éventuelle,
van.
ventouse, protection du réseau, pour pouvoir distribuer l'eau au niveau des cultures. Et puis, la troisième composante, c'est les rampes de goûteurs qui vont porter justement les distributeurs dont on parlait,
The pipes will
et qui vont assurer
take
la
and
desserte,
assure
l'irrigation de la
the
parcelle
good irrigation of the parcel.
lors d'une irrigation. Le schéma qui est généralement adopté au Maroc ici pour les projets
Adopted in
collectifs,
Morocco for the
c'est
collective project
justement un
is
projet tout ce qui est équipement interne.
project.
Donc, la première composante, c'est l'aménagement
first
externe,
component
donc
will
qui est
be
fait par l'administration, par l'État ou par une
Will be
association
the
qui fait arriver l'eau en tête de la
layout
parcelle. Et puis en termes de en tête,
and
à partir
in
de la
terms
propriété,
of
à
the
partir de là, de cette prise-là,
property,
eh bien, démarre ce qu'on appelle l'équipement interne à la propriété.
we have what we
Cet
call
équipement interne, c'est tout ce dont j'ai
internal
parlé.
equipment,
Station de tête, réseau de distribution, et
head
puis
station.
rampe de goûteurs au niveau de là. Donc, ces projets-là,
So these
d'équipement
projects
interne,
of internal
au
equipment
Maroc, c'est des projets qui sont portés par
in Morocco
les
are
associations,
taken by the
de
association,
producteurs.
managed by the
Ce
association
groupement de producteurs,
or
ça peut être une
of
AUA,
producers.
une association de sujets d'eau agricole, comme ça peut être une association tout court, comme ça peut être une coopérative de
Could be a cooperative as
producteurs.
well.
Donc, il y a les différents systèmes. Dans les réseaux modernes, je dirais, les grands districts, c'est plutôt des AUA qui sont créés des
Water
fois, pour porter ce projet.
water
Sachant que ces
association.
projets-là, l'équipement interne au Maroc, comme tous les projets d'irrigation localisée, eh bien, ils sont
They are,
subventionnés par l'État, subventionnés
funded by
justement
the
pour pouvoir supporter
state.
tous les frais de l'équipement interne,
subsidized.
subventionnés actuellement entre
In fact, they are
80 à
subsidized
100% par l'administration. Et puis,
by the
dans ces
administration.
projets portés par les associations, eh bien, l'État quand même,
In these projects
le
by the
gestionnaire,
association, the
les
states,
ORMVA en l'occurrence, eh bien, assure une administration de ces projets. C'est-à-dire
they
qu'on va pas
assure
laisser
management of these projects in the West. They are not
groupements de
leave
producteurs ou les
the
groupements
groups
d'agriculteurs
of producers, of farmers,
seuls face à des entreprises
face to
d'équipements en irrigation
equipment
localisée.
supplies in spot
L'administration est tenue,
irrigation.
le gestionnaire,
Administration
ou l'ADPA, quand il s'agit de zones non irriguées, non aménagées, grand périmètre irrigué,
ADPA.
eh bien, l'administration est
The administration
tenue d'administrer,
is
de
required to
suivre,
administer,
de contrôler
to follow up
la mise en œuvre de
control
ces projets
the
collectifs.
implementation
Je
of
crois que
these
c'est une très bonne
collective projects.
chose,
I think that it's a very good thing.
avec en
course,
particulier
in
une
particular,
assistance technique qui va
when
venir
the
appuyer
will
l'administration, les
to
agriculteurs
support
dans
the
la mise en
administration,
œuvre
the
de ces
farmers,
projets,
the
de ces projets
implementation of these
collectifs.
collective projects.
Donc, un dispositif qui commence
So
à
it's
être
an apparatus that is
bien rodé, je dirais.
that is well
Donc,
equipped.
le groupement d'agriculteurs
So the
porteurs de projets,
group of farmers
sans projet, Ce groupement de producteurs, bien sûr, il a une réalité formalisée, AUA, groupement, association, coopérative, texte qui régissent tout ça. Et ce groupement, il est, je dirais, le porteur du projet est donc en relation avec l'entreprise, les entreprises qui vont équiper, assurer l'équipement de ces différentes composantes. Et l'administration est derrière pour justement contrôler, suivre les appels à concurrence. On pourra, si vous souhaitez, rentrer un peu plus en détail de ce processus-là qui est tout à fait, en tout cas au Maroc, tout à fait officialisé, formalisé pour les différentes étapes de mise en œuvre de ces projets. Aussi bien projet collectif que projet individuel, même pour les domaines fermes et exploitations qui veulent s'équiper en individuel, eh bien, il y a une démarche à suivre qui est bien instituée et bien respectée, bien entendu. Bien, je vais peut-être m'arrêter là. Comme ça, je m'arrête à ce niveau-là. OK, pour une petite pause café. Puis, on reprend après. Après, je vais rentrer rapidement, brièvement sur les quelques considérations liées à l'étude, à la conception de ces installations, encore à l'aval, au niveau de la parcelle. Mais en gros, voilà un peu le schéma. Aménagement externe, équipement interne, le tout régi par l'administration en ce qui concerne l'aménagement externe, des cercles d'eau au niveau de chaque propriété, et puis à l'aval, c'est les associations qui prennent le relais pour mener leur projet d'équipement interne. Voilà. Oui, s'il y a une question déjà à ce niveau-là, oui, je vous en prie.
Bonjour tout le monde. Chercheur tunisienne. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Kamal, pour cette présentation très pertinente et importante et aussi des informations sur le projet, surtout au niveau du Maroc. Juste, je veux savoir si vous avez fait des études d'impact surtout social, parce que surtout au niveau de la gestion nationale des eaux d'irrigation à l'échelle collective, je pense qu'elle a un grand qu'elle a des effets très importants, surtout à l'échelle sociale. Est-ce que vous avez fait des études pour savoir cet aspect? Merci.
Oui, merci pour la question, bien sûr. C'est une question pertinente et les impacts et les indicateurs, vous le savez, tous les projets, en l'occurrence des projets financés par des bailleurs de fonds, par l'administration, il y a bien des indicateurs qui sont suivis régulièrement. Donc des indicateurs qui portent aussi bien sur l'intensification culturelle et l'impact sur la conduite, sur l'évolution, le développement des cultures, l'introduction de nouvelles cultures, les niveaux de rendement et tout ça, bien entendu. Et puis, des indicateurs liés à la consommation en eau. Je dirais que le meilleur indicateur, nous qui sommes en contact avec les agriculteurs, c'est justement leur facture d'eau. Dans ces périmètres, par exemple, en l'occurrence celui du Abdallah, mais c'est pareil pour les autres périmètres, il y a une facture d'eau qui tombe tous les 3 mois. Et donc, très vite, je peux vous assurer que les agriculteurs ont compris et ont touché du doigt l'intérêt de... Je dois avouer que les premiers trimestres étaient un peu difficiles. Je disais tout à l'heure que l'agriculteur, c'est très difficile de changer tout effort d'innovation, mais le résultat ne se fait pas sentir du jour au lendemain. Effectivement, du temps. Mais je peux vous assurer que le premier trimestre, les agriculteurs qui avaient des craintes, est-ce qu'ils vont arriver à bien irriguer avec un système goutte à goutte, lui qui est habitué au gravitaire et à la submersion et tout ça, il ne voit pas d'eau en surface. Eh bien, il y avait quelques doutes, mais je peux vous assurer qu'après la première facture, la deuxième facture, ils ont fini par comprendre quand il y a
understand
effectivement la
when
réserve
there is
d'eau,
enough
barrage
water, when
ou
there is
autre
the
est
reservoir of
suffisamment
water
disponible, eh bien, les
is
agriculteurs
available,
respectent le
farmers
cours d'eau, respectent
respect
et l'impact sur l'économie d'eau est évident.
the rational
Toutes les
use of
études qu'on a
water.
menées
All the
ont
studies
confirmé ce qu'on connaissait par ailleurs. On a réellement une économie d'eau qui va de 20-30% jusqu'à 50% en fonction de l'agriculture. C'est clair. Avec une amélioration du rendement. Eh bien, les agriculteurs ont très vite compris. Ça me donne une occasion pour revenir sur cet aspect d'innovation. Il ne faut pas, en tant que technicien, tous, on a tendance à vouloir avoir des résultats immédiats. Pas chez l'agriculteur, il y a effectivement un temps de latence. L'innovation, elle met du temps à se mettre en place, surtout quand on a affaire à des contextes où il y a du foncier qui va intervenir, il y a des différents problèmes qui compliquent un peu la gestion à l'intérieur de l'exploitation. On peut en discuter, mais de manière générale, l'innovation, elle met un temps à se mettre en place, mais à condition d'avoir un accompagnement de ces agriculteurs, un suivi, un conseil agricole qui suit derrière. Absolument. S'il y a un message vraiment, j'y reviendrai la suite. S'il y a un message important, c'est que les projets de modernisation doivent se doter effectivement de personnel qui assure le conseil, que ce soit privé ou par l'administration, conseil aux agriculteurs et un conseil qui devra prendre quand même le temps qu'il faut, 1, 2, 3 années avant de laisser le système et les associations peuvent prendre le relais, notamment en matière d'encadrement. Mais il est très important que l'encadrement soit continu de ces agriculteurs. Tout à fait.
Merci beaucoup.
Oui.
Merci, docteur.
Thank you, doctor.
Et je voulais poser quelques questions concernant les données pluviométriques par rapport aux données de la station météo. Vous avez dit que au niveau des sites, il y a des stations qui sont là qui permettent d'avoir des informations sur les données journalières, les données météo journalières. Dans le cas où le périmètre ne dispose pas de station météo, quelle est l'alternative que l'on peut utiliser?
That's how the alternative can use this in this situation.
Oui, merci pour cette question. Et surtout pour la pluviométrie, je dirais. Autant pour les autres paramètres, il y a des modèles. Je sais qu'il y a des sites, notamment FAO et autres, où il y a des données disponibles. Mais je dirais, donc pour la température, la pluviométrie, le rayonnement solaire, on peut éventuellement s'en sortir avec des données quand on n'a pas de données. Mais la pluviométrie, réellement, c'est le paramètre climatique qui connaît une très forte variabilité spatiale. Tout le monde le sait. Quand il pleut un orage, quand il y a un orage, eh bien, vous pouvez à quelques kilomètres avoir entre 30 mm et puis pratiquement 10 ou 0 mm. Et je dirais que ce phénomène, je disais tout à l'heure, est en train de s'accentuer davantage. Ce phénomène extrême et ponctuel dans l'espace sont d'autant plus concurrents. Et donc, ça nous amène à réellement se doter de moyens. Donc, et la pluviométrie est franchement une donnée qui n'est pas très compliquée à mesurer. Il y a des pluviomètres. Moi, je du pays, d'ailleurs, on a encore des pluviomètres manuels, donc des bacs qui sont installés un peu partout. Tous les centres de développement agricole, il fait un temps où tous les centres de développement agricole, il y avait un pluviomètre. Et donc, c'est une cuve. On recueille chaque jour la pluviométrie et via un microbit, on mesure le nombre de millimètres. Donc, la pluviométrie, il faut absolument la mesurer in situ. Absolument. Et encore une fois, je vais insister, il faut aller même au-delà maintenant. Les stations automatiques, je ne fais pas de publicité, je n'ai pas de société de météo, mais pour ayant fait de la recherche pendant un certain nombre d'années au département SGHIR, et accompagner les périmètres dans la mise en place de leur réseau météo, je dirais que les données météo actuellement, le coût d'acquisition est vraiment accessible. Et donc, vous avez un projet d'irrigation, il faut absolument. Je donne l'exemple du périmètre Abdallah ou d'Oukala que je connais. Et bien, au niveau de ces périmètres, il y a 3-4 stations automatiques qui sont réparties sur la zone agricole. Donc, une station météo pour un rayon de 30-35 km me semble tout à fait indiqué comme ordre de grandeur pour bien représenter les microclimats qui sont possibles. Et il y a toujours des microclimats. Encore une fois, au Maroc, on a le réseau national de la météorologie, la direction de la météorologie nationale, qui a son propre réseau. Et comme vous le savez, ces directions nationales de la météorologie, bien sûr, s'occupent d'aéronautique. Donc, c'est souvent au niveau des grandes villes, les ports, les aéroports. Le domaine agricole, eh bien, au Maroc, l'agriculture est pré-régulée. Et donc, souvent, c'est des réseaux qui sont mis en commun. Et l'agriculture se dote de son propre réseau météo. Donc, il faut absolument disposer d'instrumentation. La pluviométrie, au pire des cas, eh bien, on peut installer des pluviomètres manuels qui ne coûtent pas cher. Sinon, pour faire des études historiques, eh bien, il y a des sites, il y a des données qui peuvent exister au niveau de sites internationaux. Mais la gestion d'un périmètre en temps réel, je dirais, se doter de...
A station will have to have equipment.
Bonjour, merci professeur BELABBES pour l'exposé riche qui vraiment donne à la fois l'aspect théorique que professeur à l'Institut agronomique et en même temps qui capitalise sur une expérience de terrain, ce qui nous permet d'avoir à la fois les deux composantes théoriques et donc, en dépit que je suis de l'administration qui a tracé des objectifs pour aller de l'avant dans tout ce qui est micro-irrigation et irrigation localisée, avec des objectifs de plus en plus ambitieux, avec des subventions et tout. Mais je me permets quand même de poser la question, n'est-il pas important de faire une réflexion de comparaison entre tout ce qui est irrigation localisée et tout ce qui est irrigation gravitaire? Parce que, comme vous l'avez cité, c'est-à-dire qu'une irrigation gravitaire avec un bon nivellement, c'est-à-dire des fois, comme on a vu aux États-Unis, par un nivellement au laser, ce qui donne des efficiences vraiment très très importantes, alors que des fois, avec le goutte à goutte, avec le manque de technicité, on arrive à des efficiences qui sont vraiment basses et qui sont vraiment n'arrivent pas aux objectifs, avec tout, sachant que vous le pouvez confirmer pour moi, l'installation goutte à goutte, après 5 ans, bien, on a besoin vraiment de ramasser tout et refaire l'installation depuis le départ, tout ce qui est déchets plastiques qui a un impact vraiment sur l'environnement. Donc, vous ne trouvez pas que vraiment il est opportun, avant de se booster et aller de l'avant, de faire une réflexion et choisir les solutions qui s'adaptent au cas par cas?
Non, tout à fait. Merci pour la question. Il y a d'abord une question du choix justement du périmètre. Il est évident que ce projet de modernisation doit être bien ciblé dans des contextes qui s'y prêtent, où il y a une demande de la part des agriculteurs, où il y a une ressource en eau qui est tout à fait adéquate, et des possibilités de développement de mise en valeur. Je sais qu'il y a des contextes difficiles, bien sûr, un contexte de foncier compliqué, foncier, donc, la propriété de la terre, des considérations liées à l'absentéisme. Il y a des zones où les agriculteurs ne sont toujours pas présents. Donc, il faut faire des études d'évaluation du choix de périmètre à l'avant, plutôt à l'amont, qui soit tout à fait bien cerné pour
that
bien
should be well
cibler ces périmètres.
targeted to
Maintenant, les questions
target these perimeters.
d'abord, goutte à goutte, franchement, avec le recul qu'on a actuellement, il y a des périmètres qui ont 5-6 ans modernisés en goutte à goutte.
5-6 years
Pour vous
modernized.
assurer que le matériel est toujours là.
And I would like to tell you that the material is always there, functional, no problem.
Hier, je disais que le
Yesterday,
type de rampe de goutteur, par exemple, qu'on est en train d'installer, ça n'est pas la gaine souple ou c'est de la rampe à 1
which was
mm
installed
d'épaisseur
is
qui est assez robuste.
1
Les
millimeter of
agriculteurs peuvent
robust
le déplacer justement comme ils l'entendent, notamment pour les cultures fourragères.
material.
Il peut déplacer la rampe, faire sa récolte. Donc, une installation goutte à goutte telle que ceux qui sont installés actuellement, ils ont des durées de vie, je dirais, de 10 à 15 ans.
Has got
C'est pas un problème. Donc, ça n'est pas
an age
peut-être que vous faites allusion à la
10,
gaine souple
15 years
des systèmes de ce genre-là
of
que
life
je ne
expectancy.
recommanderais pas et qui ne sont pas en tout cas installés au niveau de ces grands périmètres collectifs. Bien. Maintenant, la question du nivellement.
The question of
Vous savez,
the question
Tadla,
of
les grands périmètres irrigués qui ont l'expérience du gravitaire, et qui ont été nommés avec le gravitaire,
parameters.
eh bien, on a très vite assisté à la difficulté d'entretenir le nivellement. Il y a même eu des tentatives de sociétés privées qui s'installent pour assurer ces services. C'est compliqué pour différentes considérations. La taille de l'exploitation, quand vous avez une niveleuse laser, eh bien, il faut
When you have a laser,
une
you have
étendue.
to
Ça coûte.
it does cost a lot of money. So in these parameters, in these gravity units have moved to the irrigation
pour pouvoir maîtriser
to a kind of master small base things
parce que le nivellement n'est plus avec le travail du sol, avec
with the work of the soil.
Donc, il y a eu pas mal de tentatives.
So there have been many attempts at the level of Tadla
de reprendre le nivellement. Les
to
tentatives étaient assurées par l'administration, par le
have
gestionnaire.
this work done.
Ils n'ont jamais fait ce nivellement.
The farmers did not do what was required from them to do so.
Et je peux comprendre.
And I would like to tell you that
La propriété avec le temps
the
s'est installée.
ownership,
Et donc, quand vous avez une propriété avec
we
3
have
4 exploitants,
an ownership by 4 or 5 brothers, it's very difficult to have a clear intervention from the owners.
Là, j'avais des photos et je les ai enlevées, mais
Here I had photos and I have removed them.
des
We have
installations
to
gravitaires
speaking some gravity
qu'il faut
setups
absolument
that we should absolutely
ne plus avoir.
not use.
J'ai des
Ah.
luzernières. Bon, luzernière, la luzerne, souvent c'est des irrigations par bassin,
So-
des petits bassins.
So
Eh bien, franchement, c'est une perte d'eau énorme. Quand je parlais d'efficience en gravitaire,
when we
de
spoke
50,
about
50%,
gravity
avec des
irrigation
systèmes
by
comme ça,
50%
l'efficience est
for
peut-être
systems like this,
40%,
the efficiency
45%.
would be 40 up to
Après,
45%. So in my
de toute
opinion,
façon, la tendance est là. La tendance, c'est vers l'irrigation.
tendency is there.
C'est
The
une technique
spot,
qui demande de la
irrigation is
effectivement,
technique, it
demande
requires the
de
technicity.
l'info, et
But-
et c'est un peu la dernière partie
And
de
I
mon
think that
intervention.
it would be the
Il
last
faut
part of my
accompagner
intervention,
les
is to
agriculteurs
accompany the
justement,
farmers to
être bien formés, bien sensibilisés.
well
Et je peux vous
trained.
assurer que les agriculteurs, quand
I
ils
can
sentent
tell you that
eh bien,
when
ils
the
sont
farmers
très
feel
vite.
interest, there is no problem.
Les agriculteurs, le bouche à
They
oreille,
can go with
les
you.
voisins,
The
les bonnes pratiques
ear
et les mauvaises pratiques,
to mouth,
malheureusement. Mais les bonnes
share,
pratiques peuvent passer, elles sont
the good and the bad practices.
Thank you, Prof. I have 2 questions.
J'ai deux questions.
There are different water requirements for different crops. Now, while choosing the diameter of pipes to use for each crops, are you changing the diameter when you want to plant another crop? Or, okay. Okay. I said there are different water requirements for different crops. While choosing the pipes, the diameter of pipes for each crops, when you want to change the planting season and you want to plant a different crop, are you going to change the pipes entirely, or there is a way you change the release valve? Then the second question is the filtration system. The sludge generated from the pipes, is there a way to recycle the sludge and use it for positive use or other uses? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Donc, first question, la première question relative au...
First question was on change of pipe depending on type of crops. I was saying, actually with this, there was an attempt to go ahead and choose a pipe of 1 liter output instead of 2.
C'est bon?
1, 2, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? It's okay?
Okay, donc je disais,
so I was saying,
franchement, si j'ai une recommandation à faire,
I have any recommendation at all,
d'ailleurs fait dans la pratique,
and that's what's usually done,
un matériel qui
is to have equipment that's standardized.
uniformisé, exemple,
For instance,
dans tous les périmètres modernisés,
in all modernized
les cultures
parameters,
annuelles,
annual crops,
annual crops, les cultures annuelles, c'est un goutteur de
It's
2 litres heure.
1
En
pipe
moyenne, 2 litres heure.
of 2 liters.
C'est une bonne chose de
I think that's a good thing, not to diversify too much in terms of equipment, because a farmer who has a problem with pipe, if he has to change the pipe or after the life cycle of the pipe, he's going to buy another one, there's a risk of buying pipe with different features. So in all modernized parameters, it's 1 2-liter pipe is set. Depending on crops, we're going to diversify the distances between lines. I didn't want to get into too much detail, but for instance here, crops, alfalfa, wheat, mint, and so on, crops that are covered. So this is of about 80 centimeters. 80 centimeters standardized. Of course, some might say, well, for sandy soil, you need to bring things closer to 70. Well, the gain and the risk of diversifying practice among farmers can be counterproductive. So we standardized, that's the point, annual crops 80 centimeters. If you have, for example, betterave, beetroot, and so on, it might be different. So distances will differ depending on crops, but distances between pipes are standardized. So 2 liters for annual crops and 4 liters for arboriculture. They're standardized. Avoiding to diversify too much because material can deteriorate. And then you need to make sure you buy the same type of material and equipment. So within modernized areas, standardized material is the name of the game. The use of wastewaters, yes, you can use that with the good filtering. Quite a few plants here, especially use of wastewaters for purposes of green spaces in cities, where you use dripping system or sprinkling. provided you have good advanced treatment and also filtering that is adequate, and that's no problem at all. One last question, perhaps before the break, and then we resume right afterwards. Time for break. One question on chat. In the current setting of dripping system with the Providence State that can even equip the plot of the farmer and fund it 100% through FDA, can this make farmer a person always in need of assistance? So he's always expecting the intervention of the state when there is a need. And are we all equipped to engage in the management of the perimeter? So Providence State and we don't know what that is. Acronym in French, we don't know what that is in English. This is the interpreter speaking. But when you have community interest, water resource, we shouldn't see any more aspersion or gravity irrigation. I think that the community at that point in time should help farmers to increase their efficiency, because these farmers provide us with food security and they produce, they're productive. So that's the debate. Personally, I would engage in this discussion because you always have conflicting points. But the farmer, the small farmer with 1 hectare or 2 hectares in gravity irrigation will never invest to go and buy a dripping system, especially that the investments are quite heavy. Earlier, I gave you a description of a case of external facility to get water to the head of the plot. You saw what the path was like. I didn't want to give you the figure, but it's a lot of money to bring water upstream. The farmer by himself can never do that. Even the association of producers cannot actually take all these expenses of external facilities. So all cooperatives have certainly benefited from support from the administration because we have some collective and community interest there. So the collectivity, the community should contribute. So I'm not against this kind of support. Bottom line, we need to make sure that this funding is properly used for good water use. So good use of farmer and the association. Now, the association. In Morocco, we said the association of water users, they have their own laws to ensure maintenance of irrigated areas, but done for large areas. So the association of users of water did not play that role. In reconversion projects, these associations have played a very important role in the implementation of collective projects for internal equipment. Through these associations of water users, these associations have played a key role in awareness raising of farmers as to the whole administrative process to benefit from subsidies. Because when Hababi talks about subsidy, but subsidy is governed by law. This is very well regulated. You need to meet special conditions. Real estate needs to be clean and so on. So quite a few conditions to benefit from state subsidies. So the association played a key role in raising awareness of farmers,
C'était un peu la courroie
and that was actually
l'information
the conveyor of communication between technicians and farmers. And the association is actually the project holder. With them, they are the ones who make
qui assure l'équipement.
choice of internal equipment companies. So at this stage,
c'est incontestable. Maintenant, il est vrai que se pose la question de leur devenir après le
so that all brings in the future.
abordé dans la dernière partie.
And I'll talk more about this at the last stage, but the association, as long as there is manager of irrigated area, all that has to do with direct management, maintenance, and so on of industrial infrastructure, this is part of the responsibility of the Office of Enhancement. Now we have cooperatives in Souss-Massa region and so on, cooperatives that have their own collective facility, and they actually maintain through private, they offer maintenance through their own technical staff or through other outsourcing companies. So, a lot of thinking now is engaged in about the role of associations when the project is over. So their contributions are obvious in the implementation of internal equipment of properties. Once these perimeters are over, it's what is offered afterwards is support and so on. We'll talk more about this later, but associations need to play a role in terms of support of farmers and in terms of good practices. That's it. We're going to have a coffee break and then we'll be back.
Tout à l'heure.
Hello, Miss Alvia Hassan. If she is there, she can talk to me. And Miss Lukango Nogalma, she can also talk to me.
Ouais, هنبدأ. Bien, on reprend s'il vous plaît.
So we'll be resuming then.
On était resté à une question de notre...
So there was one pending question from our colleague here.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Et avant tout, vraiment, grand merci pour ces notions.
Thank you for all these concepts that are theoretical and also practical.
Nous sommes émerveillés par l'expérience.
Especially, we are really impressed by the Moroccan experience.
Important de la...
It would be interesting actually to take it back home. During, I asked the question earlier, but I can also say that dripping system is in line with all crops. And I had one concern. Can you hear me now? So there are some, I don't know how the system can be adapted, but I think I've got some answers personally, but I'd like to generalize. I had another question to know about. So far, you've talked about reconversion of collective parameters. Has there been in Morocco any case of reconversion to dripping system?
Étant donné que le riz, c'est une culture de submersion qui grandit dans l'eau, est-ce qu'il y a une possibilité d'associer le goutte à goutte?
So can we have dripping system even in submersion, so it can benefit from water?
Avec les gouttes à gouttes qui est plus efficient, ou bien la micro-aspersion qu'on puisse profiter.
Is micro-conversion
Deux autres questions.
Also compatible with the dripping system? You've talked about climate parameters and coefficient. Regarding those requirements for is there close monitoring by farmers and the dose of leaching, is it used to dose the need? One more question. You've talked about projects, community projects, and upstream it's supported by the administration. When you have a station upstream, does this make the project cost high? And what is the average cost per hectare for the dripping system facility in Morocco?
Merci. Alors oui, donc précision, et vous avez raison de mentionner le riz.
You're right to mention rice, which is an exception actually. We don't know how to use rice for dripping system. Rice needs to be submerged in water. In the Gharb plain, when we have rice, the only site where we have rice, it's areas of submersion. So I correct, all crops can be in dripping system except rice and some other crops. But crops in normal conditions lend themselves to dripping system, dripping irrigation. Rice, if there is an improvement of efficiency, and some attempts have been conducted in the Gharb region, especially with aspersion sprinkling. Even with aspersion, we don't make a lot of rice. So if there is improvement of efficiency in Gharb, in the context of rice, it's about leveling. And in the Gharb area, where leveling is well monitored, we have 1 hectare areas, and by improving leveling, you improve basically the efficiency of rice irrigation.
Alors, deuxième question sur
Second question about leaching. Usually, we would advocate an increase of 10% in leaching dose
le dépôt de sel éventuel
to leach salt and so on. And when rainfall is normal, we can leach the profile without much problem. Farmers, I agree, they tend to bring in more than needs to be done. And this, farmers usually bring in more water than necessary. So, without thinking about leaching, but for security concerns and reasons, they might bring in some more quantity. Can you remind me of the last question? Cost per hectare. This is arbitration to make. In these modern parameters, we have provided for collective filtering. We have reduced upstreams with collective filtration. In all cases, when you have individual facility, there are two levels of filtration. You have sandy filtering, sand filtering, then fertigation, and then disc filtering. In modernized areas, the administration has actually paid for the investment, but also the management of this collective filtering plant. It's a compromise actually to reduce the cost per hectare. The cost now per hectare is around 30 to 40,000 dirhams, $4,000 per hectare. It all depends on the size of the farm. These heads here are the same, whether it's a property of 0.5 or 10 hectares. The more the property is large, the lower the cost per hectare. One can go to, when you have, for example, property of 25 hectares, the cost can drop to 25,000 dirhams. It can actually go up to 40,000, which is the cap of subsidy for dripping system. There are so many questions that have been raised around the associations of water users and the role and so on. And that was the last section of my presentation. Let me just go back and say something about fertigation. I was saying yesterday that fertilization is an important aspect, just like water, important as water. As technicians of water, we forget fertilization that can actually ensure output and crops and yield. That should be well thought out because there are many environment-related considerations. So fertilizers need to be used efficiently, and bring in what's needed. So let me recall here that we have different systems for the injection of fertilizers. So for these facilities, for example, we cannot see that clearly, but there is a simple system, injection of fertilizer in line with small properties. Venturi or venturi is a section that's contracted and creates a charge to throw the fertilizers. But it's all about mixing the right quantity in terms of azote, MP4, and other items. So, I'd like to get back to this business of counseling and insist on the need to make soil analysis We've got so many laboratories in Morocco that provide this service. They're well operational in the area, and they can actually analyze the soil. This soil analysis results in a program of fertigation in dripping system. So you fertigate every 15 days. So the output in terms of nutrients spread over time. So water and fertilizers go together. There's also aspect of phytosanitary treatment. That's why we talk about agricultural counseling. Sometimes we bump into surprises. You have good dripping system, good sizing, good provision of water, filtering, so. But if you have a parasite that comes in or a disease, well, the yield will not be good. So this is a whole package. We have fertilization, the conducting of agriculture properly, the work done on soil that needs to be revisited. So this is a whole package. And agricultural counseling is important. Later, earlier when I was discussing with colleagues, they shared with me their experience in terms of agricultural counseling and means to ensure counseling, agricultural counseling. That's important, and we can talk about that more if you wish. So let me conclude with the techniques of injection of fertilizer. We have Venturi, which is the simplest system, but we have also dosing pumps and injectors of fertilizers that are sophisticated. You can find that within the different units, different cubes and so on, with the acid that's injected to dissolve the precipitation of limestone. So that all depends on applications and type of agricultural area we are in. While interacting with my colleague earlier, there's also a buried dripping system. This is not recent, but there have been a lot of attempts worldwide, in the US, in Europe, particularly for arboriculture. We've had the buried dripping system. This ramp is buried and can directly feed the roots of the tree. We talked earlier about beetroot or beetroot. We've had some or sugar canes actually, and there was an attempt, but was not very much developed here because these are ramps that are buried, and for sugar canes that will last for 4 or 5 years. Once the crop is collected, these ramps cannot no longer be used because afterwards you have a different culture that should be irrigated differently. So we have the large areas of sugar canes where we have problems of labor to collect canes and burn them in large areas. Usually low-cost ramps can be used, and the whole facility is lost and burnt. In Morocco, we had this case of luzerne.
C'était une question qui était posée par les agriculteurs. On est arrivé dans le périmètre du TEDLA quand on démarrait.
We came to TEDLA when we had this project, and the farmers were categorical in this regard. They say, if this does not work with luzerne, we don't need that. So we had tests to show them that just like other areas in Morocco, Luzerne raises no problem, but you just have to make sure you have the cut and then reinstall that. So that's no problem to be collected in Luzerne. We have to automate collection and so on for alpha. But no problem. Farmers reinstall ramp with no problem at all. Quick word.
Parce que j'aimerais qu'on consacre notre discussion sur les.
I'd like to focus our discussions more on the role of coupement. Studies are important. You know, in goutte à goutte system.
Imaginez une exploitation qui a cette forme-là.
For example, exploitation with this kind of format. Form of perimeter. Can you enlarge the screen, please?
Eh bien, systématiquement,
so systematically, the exploitation is split into sectors, and the output of the installation will circulate in different sectors. Here, we have case of a farm. There will be
ici en l'occurrence 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6
sectors. And irrigation will circulate throughout these sectors. 1 hour here, 2 hours, then we move on to the next one. So organization can be of water can be organized automatically or manually. So the farmer will open these two vans. He will irrigate, then we'll open the next gate, close this one, and so on and so forth. So we have different sectors. So the study should be well conducted to have good output. So you open the valves there, because this pipe is based on the pressure. So distribution of pressure should be calculated.
Pour dimensionner les diamètres des canalisations. Donc l'étude doit être
absolument bien faite. The study should be well done so that distribution of pressure can be ideal. Earlier there was a question about topography. I said earlier that we had auto-regulating pipe.
Voilà. Donc voilà sur ces aspects.
So much about aspects of sizing for the facility. So, one question was asked by chat box earlier and raised by colleagues is the role of these associations. This is a key role. Administration can no longer organize farmers and take care of management within the community. So farmers have to be organized in associations. For the implementation of projects like modernizing projects or irrigation projects, as well as for valorization and marketing of products. This is an aspect that should always bear in mind. The role of associations in Morocco and for modernization projects underway is always necessary and significant.
Essentiellement des AUA,
Associations for agricultural water users
qui datent
are run by or governed by laws dating back to the 90s. These associations play a significant role in the implementation of projects of internal equipment. We have external equipment under the state, and we have internal equipment, which is part of the responsibilities of associations of agricultural waters. And for small clusters of farmers, this is taken care of by the association or cooperative. The role of these associations has been so far important in the implementation of different stages of internal equipments of properties. Let me recall here that in case of collective project or individual project, and farmer usually goes to drip-in system company, and they are in charge of setting up the whole study project. There's a procedure there to get the subsidy. In collective project, it's the association that is the project holder, which is good. This will guarantee one single interlocutor instead of 2,000 people. There are farmers that can cover 1,000, 2,000 hectares. So farmers have their own associations, formal, with general annual meetings and so on. So the association is actually the holder of the project. The administration takes care of that project. The role of the association, it starts with awareness raising of the farmers. So it's a good relay for information to let them know about the project. Very often, these associations of water users contribute upstreams in the identification of the perimeter to equip. There's a study about the involvement of the farmers. Usually, these associations contribute to organize meetings with the farmers and to assess the involvement, the buy-in of the farmers in the project of modernization. Throughout the whole phase of implementation, the associations are part and parcel of the whole process of selection of companies. This selection is based on a procedure set up by the Ministry of Agriculture that sets forth the various stages, call for tenders, and so on and so forth. So this is governed by clear procedures.
La direction de l'irrigation et donc avec une mise à jour qui a été continuelle.
With continuous updating to make sure that this improves the procedure. But there is a procedure anyway for the implementation, the selection of companies, call for tenders, and the tools for selection of companies and so on. No problem there. The association of water users is part of this process. And at the stage of execution of project, of internal equipment, the association is always present, and very often when there is a problem raised with a company or when problems encountered in the progress of any deal with a company, when there is litigation between farmers and the equipment association, the role of the association is important to settle problems whenever that's possible. Otherwise, its administration actually takes over afterwards. to remedy any issue. So associations play an important role in the implementation of the project up to its final delivery.
Qu'après, la question se pose, elle est en pleine discussion effectivement, sur le rôle qu'ils peuvent jouer.
There's a question about the role that can be played once the project is finished.
Et là,
Here,
différentes idées.
different ideas,
L'expérience montre que
and
les
experience has proven that
une fois que le projet est
the associations, upon
agriculteurs, effectivement, ils n'ont plus
delivery,
un rôle encore.
the farmers still play a role in irrigated parameters. The associations, through their federation,
Jouent un rôle dans la
play a role in the management of
ils siègent au
water
niveau du
resources.
conseil avec l'agence de bassin.
They sit in the board with the watershed basin,
Allocation d'eau au niveau du périmètre.
and they discuss about the
Toujours jouer, ils continuent encore à le jouer.
allocation of waters.
Mais en matière de modernisation,
In terms of modernization,
pour le moment, tout ce qui est
for the time being, anything that's maintenance and so on is part
de l'aménagement externe,
of external facilities, is part of the role of the offices of enhancement.
l'exécutant, le maître d'œuvre du projet d'aménagement externe, station de filtration dont on a parlé tout à l'heure, la
Filtering station, collective filtering station,
et distribution, les prises sur le canal, la station de pompage, s'il y a une station de pompage
pumping plant, for example, if there is one.
réalisée, eh bien, toute cette infrastructure
So all this infrastructure is under the responsibility of the administration.
s'occupe de la
The farmer
maintenance
takes care of
des installations à l'échelle de la propriété.
maintenance, takes care of maintenance of facilities inside
La filtration
the
à la limite,
property.
à la propriété, des fuites éventuelles au niveau des canalisations, tout ça c'est l'office.
Leakages and so on inside. It's actually the farmer that takes care of that after termination of guarantee. The association does not play for the time being role,
Et franchement,
and indeed,
par expérience, les AUA
associations
jouaient un rôle
used to play a role in
le relais encore,
the
constituer un relais
relay
pour justement s'attaquer à cette affaire de
to address this issue of valorization and
franchement,
marketing of production. This is a role we would not expect in the past, but out of experience, when we had to develop cooperatives in different sectors, in regions, we would go through the relay of associations that are the first interlocutors. So associations can play a role, and we can see whether their statutes cannot develop towards this aspect, these two aspects of valorization and marketing through cooperatives that can possibly stem from these associations. And then agricultural counseling. In Morocco, we have ONCA, National Office of Agricultural Counseling. We have also offices of enhancement and valorization. They have the structure of counseling too. So the associations can be also a relay, as long as we can equip them with resources. For the time being, they don't have so many, but these associations can be a relay of counseling and visitations and recruitment of agricultural counselors, provided they have resources to operate and so on. So they can play this role. That's very important in terms of agricultural counseling. My last slide here is the one that will capture what we have said so far. Project of modernization of drip system is an integrated project where we have different stakeholders, and each stakeholder should actually contribute towards the success of the project. there is one important aspect that we talked about. It's training and awareness raising of farmers. That's just obvious. Agricultural counseling, awareness raising, spread and dissemination of good practice of irrigation or preservation of environment or use of the watershed, water table, when we combine surface waters with underground waters. All these points should be addressed through counseling, training, and so on. Internal equipment is an important aspect, but it's a long process. Supporting associations for the equipment of properties to be in line with procedures and regulations in force. We hear a close support is needed for farmers associations to formalize different files to benefit from the subsidy. Agricultural Fund, Agricultural Development Fund. We have this Agricultural Development Fund in Morocco. So we need to be in line with laws to benefit from these subsidies. Support to clusters of farmers. This is associations, cooperatives, and so on, and clusters, so on. They all need support in terms of training to operate as a cluster, holding annual meetings, and so on and so forth, but also support regarding visitation, awareness raising, training, capacity building, so they can actually fully play their role and be efficient and effective in their interventions. Then we also have valorization of production and marketing of production. That should also be taken care of. So usually as technicians, we are frustrated to bring in a technique that should theoretically improve yields, diversify, put in place high added value crops and so on. But this all depends on the market and on the marketing. There are crops that are more labor intensive, like, for example, artichaut, he left the thing after he was facing problems of labor. So from the beginning, sectors need to be identified so that we can have valorization and marketing, packaging, and so on and so forth. So all this chain should be under command so that the farmers can no longer be at the mercy of middlemen who will always make large gains at the expense of farmers. So this is an important aspect, just like the aspect of modernization and of agricultural counseling. Valorization of production and marketing are important. And then we earlier talked about indicators of impact. These systems need to be equipped with a unit that can do the monitoring and evaluation. We need to evaluate different indicators, from environmental indicators, impact on soil, on the water table, quality, up to impact on productivity and agricultural development, and then the indicators on the operations of the system, technical operation. maintenance, and so on and so forth. All these should be addressed in an integrated, comprehensive manner on an ongoing basis. In different administration and the association of farmers and farmers themselves. Now we're going to have more time for questions, because earlier I heard some relevant questions. So if you have any more questions, perhaps you can dedicate more time to Q&A session. This afternoon we'll have a round table, and here again we can talk more, we can engage in more discussions.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity. We have seen the threats that climate change has caused on agriculture. I don't know the situation in Morocco, but in Zambia we have a situation where male farmers are actually leaving the rural setup where most of the agriculture is done, simply because they are no longer finding profit in agriculture because of the effects of climate change. So they are migrating into cities to get formal jobs, and they're leaving behind women who are actually taking care of the old, and then they're leaving agriculture to women. Because of that, we have seen a situation where most of the projects are now looking into the social aspect. And what I mean by that is the gender inclusion. So my question basically is on the issue of gender. Do you have any incorporations or challenges with regards to participation of women when it comes to these operations under this irrigation? Because right now, irrigation has been recommended to be one of the measures that agriculture should adapt to climate change. So do we have a situation where women are actually incorporated, looking at the fact that they're the most ones left behind, and they're the ones that suffer the most the effects of climate change? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. D'abord, les changements climatiques. Effectivement, tous les pays.
Changes, all countries, all contexts have been experiencing climate changes, and Morocco is no exception. Just like the Mediterranean region, we see that models show that we are impacted, and we are already impacted by these climate changes. Hence, the emergency of thinking about modernization of our irrigation systems to ban classical systems that are still there operational. Yes, there is special attention attached to women in rural areas. We are now working on the perimeter of Tadla, and within this perimeter of Tadla, we have 2 or 3 steam women cooperatives that are up and running in terms of promotion and marketing of vintage products. We'll take you on a visit, and you'll see many women cooperatives operating in the area of activities of transformation of vintage products and revenue generating activities. So women are present. I don't have numbers of women cooperatives, but we have so many of them nationwide. Now, regarding women farmers, I have figures. 8 to 10% of our farmers in Tadla region are women. 8 to 10% as farmers, decision makers in their properties. And in terms of labor, women are heavily present as employee in the agriculture sector. So women are significantly present, just like the youth. So we have 2 concerns here. It's women and youth that are currently addressed in all projects. No problem.
Thank you very much, presenter. I come from a project, a World Bank assisted project called the Transforming Irrigation Management in Nigeria project. And part of what we are doing includes, we have been trying to strengthen the existing associations we have. And in the course of that, we had a couple of challenges. And I want a little detail on the Moroccan experiences, especially in the aspect of how much support those associations get from the institutions. And then maybe their challenges also. How effective have their activities been so far? And maybe how long these associations been in place? Thank you.
Thank you. Ces associations d'usage agricole,
these associations of water users were created back in the early 90s as part of what we called then participatory management of irrigation. And the point was actually to get them to play a role in management and maintenance of irrigated parameters. But very quickly, it was not done for different reasons. One is the technical aspects of association, their aptitude to manage sophisticated facilities. So they played a role as interlocutor with the watershed agency to manage allocation of waters. They are part of the council, the board, for allocation of waters. So there is a federation of associations regionally, and the federation sits in a council that discusses a lot of times per year the distribution of water resources. But in terms of modernization, as I said earlier, these associations don't have resources. They rely on membership fees. So there's an aspect that needs to be addressed in the future. But if we want them to play a role in terms of agricultural counseling, management, one can think, for example, that in terms of agriculture, when there is a problem of leakage or maintenance, the association can step in and can have a contract with a private company that can actually fix maintenance, leakages, and so on. So, well, that can be done, provided we agree to equip them with resources. For the time being, they don't have adequate resources other than the few in-kind contributions and possible visits and so on, and possible workshops and visitations to other parameters and training, capacity building, and so on. So the state actually pays for the expenses of training, seminars, and so on. But we need to think about how to get them to play a role that's a lot more significant. And I think, especially in terms of agricultural counseling, once again, that can be a relay between ONCA, our National Office of Agricultural Counseling, and the manager of irrigated parameter. So they are here, there is a law that governs them, and they organize their general annual meetings regularly. So they are there, they have supported the whole process of internal equipment. That should be, let's face it, that's a fact. So since the choice of companies up to delivery of projects, these associations are stakeholders are part and parcel. So we're thinking now about what comes next, which is also as important as internal equipment. There was another question here from the gentleman.
Merci.
Thank you. Because of scarcity of resource, productivity, water productivity indicator, is it an indicator that major for the selection of the implementation projects in rural areas, or is it still the social social factor that is the key factor for the implementation of a project in rural area to avoid social problems like rural exodus and so on? So all projects have an end objective. One, it's valorization of water, productivity. So valorization is a good term. So contexts where you still have gap in terms of improvement of water valorization, depending on strategic plans, sugar, canes, wheat, food security, and so on. And behind all that, we have stabilization and avoiding rural exodus. So priority is good use of water resources available and developing sectors that are promising in the region based on the national strategic plan. And also social aspect is a fact of life. We have quickly seen that in our irrigated perimeters, the lifestyle has changed, standard of living is better. So there is kind of return of people to their origins from migration to engage in agriculture. The cost of land has increased, the rent of land has increased, so all social indicators are green. Valorization of water because of climate changes is priority. There was a question there. Go ahead. Mike.
Thank you, Doctor, for the wonderful presentation. Given the rising negative consequences of climate change and the interaction of climate-related hazards, my first question here is, what methodologies and frameworks are available to us that can help provide information about long-term changes and the risk of irreversible and abrupt change in our system of irrigated agriculture? The second question is this: is there any website or software to download climatological data for the world on equipped locations? These are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Oui, bien sûr, il y a je crois que sur cette affaire de changement climatique, il y a
climate changes. There are a lot of studies, a lot of series of climate series that exist that highlight the climate changes and their impact on different regions. There are different websites that claim what of FAO and other sites on the internet. There are lots. But once again, as manager of irrigated perimeters, as designer of irrigated perimeters, we need to have adequate resources of climate data so that in 20 years we can have series that are well representative of each context, because each context is special. Each context is special. I mentioned earlier this case of climate formula. We need to have climate data adapted to each context, to be able to be reactive in terms of irrigation, and to be able to set series that can be highlighted afterwards, that can highlight climate changes, possible climate changes that will certainly take place and affect us. And for series, we've got a lot of sites and meteorological sites for forecasts. You all have on your smartphones one site for meteorological forecasts, weather forecasts, but these are global models, and very often likelihood differs between different models. For the occurrence of rain or climate phenomenon, once again, I'd like to say that climate data taken on site and getting equipment to do that and working in partnership with people from weather forecast, because each country has got its own weather forecast directors. We need to work in partnership with them. We need to share data, and we need to be able to monitor climate series, to follow also and monitor climate changes. Any question? Question about the Moroccan experience of collective irrigation. Have you studied about having smart irrigation in this context? Do you think that smart irrigation will succeed in this kind of collective irrigation? What do you mean by smart irrigation?
Smart irrigation, c'est-à-dire l'irrigation intelligente, c'est-à-dire gérer l'irrigation.
Smart irrigation, managing online with smart tools. Through network and internet. No, we're not at that stage. If there is any contribution of social media and our telecommunication means, it has already started and it's up and running. Each farmer can receive an SMS short message. There are some experiences in some irrigation parameters where the farmer receives first weather forecast newsletter with evapotranspiration and climate change. And so if there is something about specific crop, you have message that comes specifically to that farmer and says, this is about this crop, this is what you get on that day, or this is the dose. We're not yet at that stage of internet. For small farmers, they have telephones and many messages can be sent through short messages. Thank you very much, Mr. BELABBES, for this important contribution. If you have any more questions for Professor BELABBES, we're going to meet with him again after lunch during this roundtable meetings with other speakers around the management of micro-irrigation equipment and maintenance. So I'd like to thank warmly Mr. Kamal BELABBES for his presentation yesterday and today. And I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Varna, Executive Director of CID, who would like to say something. Prior to that, I would like to thank you very much for your kind attention and for the positive and fruitful interaction. And I hope the afternoon we can carry on with our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kamal, for your wonderful lecture and sharing of information from Morocco with the participants. Because he was talking about drip irrigation, so I thought that let me also share experience of one of the drip irrigation project from India. And it is our biggest drip irrigation project in Asia at the moment. So I thought that let me share that experience. And because I have not prepared, my lectures, there are no lectures in schedule for me. So I just prepared from a detailed note I was having. So from the Word file, so I have prepared something, and then I have a video for that project for 10 minutes. So I think you will enjoy that. So I'll briefly share the information about that project initially, and then we can see the video. And then subsequently, say day after tomorrow or on 23rd, if we get some more time, then I can share I can share experience on how to approach modernization of a project. So that I can share, because that I have shared with young professionals earlier. And just for information of Nigerian friends here, this project was visited by Steering Committee of Trimming Project from Nigeria in 2019. So when they came to India as a part of a Nigerian delegation, so we took them to this also. Now I'll share some details about project first, then we can see the video. And I have extracted this information just 15 minutes back from detailed note. So the Ramthal is a project which is located in one of the states or provinces in India, in the southern part of India. And then initially this project was planned for 26,200 hectares of dryland irrigation, using under two stages. First stage is 14,000 hectares and second stage is 12,500 hectares. And to use about 7.27 million cubic feet of 1,000 billion cubic feet of water. So that project was planned initially with this and now with the aim of increasing the efficiency, you use water very efficiently. So the second stage project was converted from traditional canal irrigation system to piped irrigation system. And in that way, so there will be substantial saving in water, which is of the order of 50% or so. And using the same volume of water, that is 2.77 thousand billion cubic feet. So now, which was to irrigate only 12,500 hectares. So now this project has been implemented to irrigate 24,000 hectares, almost double of the area with the same quantity of water. And this 100% project is now drip irrigation, all entire 24,000 hectares. And this project has been divided into two packages. One on the package one is around 12,300 hectares, which was implemented by Jain Irrigation, which is a very well-known company in India, and they are having their offices almost many parts of the world. And in Africa, they are visible. They are having number of offices in Africa. And second part, that is 11,700 hectares, that was implemented by Netafim. So Netafim is an Israeli drip irrigation company, so they implemented that project. So you can see that initially nature of the project was to bring water through canal system, and then the entire was converted into pipe. Even the conveyance system has been converted into pipe. And then in the field, it is a drip irrigation. This is a schematic diagram of the project. You can initially water is being lifted from one of the reservoir. Already dam is constructed, and in the reservoir they were lifting water from there. They are bringing water through canal system, and then they are lifting water from canal. Here they are lifting water from canal, and then they are bringing it to a sump well. And from this sump well, that is a pump house, and then they are through a pipe system, they are diverting the water to irrigate. Some of the broad features of this project is area irrigated is around 30,000 hectares in acres. Total beneficiaries are around 7,400. Crops grown are maize, sunflower, groundnut, pulses, jowar, chili, vegetables. Water source is from reservoir. Project cost is around 400 crores, and crores is basically 10 million. 1 crore is 10 million of rupees. And if you want to convert it to dollars, then if you divide by around 75, then you can convert it into dollars. The construction period was 18 months, and the company were to maintain the project for 5 years after implementation. So that was in the contract itself. System type is pressurized fully automatic drip system, and now project is under operation and maintenance phase. So it has already been implemented and under implementation for last say 3 or 4 years. Then components, various components, what are used, because this is just to give an idea that what are the various components that were used. The pumping units with SCADA system, the 12 numbers pumps over there. Then filters, then self-cleaning primary filtration units, then pipe network for distribution as well as the drip irrigation, secondary self-cleaning filtration unit, secondary PVC pipe distribution network to the field. So that is and then drip irrigation system for 12,300 hectares, and web-based wireless automated system. So entire system is automated. So it can be controlled from a central control room. Then 28 water user associations were formed in the project area. And then project also involves the capacity development program and then operation maintenance for 5 years. Then components of bulk water supply are SDP pipeline to cover 100 hectares in each block. Then PVC pipeline of 160 millimeter to 300 millimeter, air release valve, butterfly valves, and other components. Project was divided into 4 zones, and then each zone, because based on the elevation or the counterpart, because zone 1 and 2 lie between that level 520 to 540 meters, and zone 3 and 4 they lie between 540 to 560 meters. So because they are in different zone levels, so it was divided into 4 zones. This is a photo from construction part when they were laying the pipeline for carrying the water from some well to the field. And drip irrigation component system include secondary filter, PVC pipe for 63 millimeter to 250 millimeter diameter, and PVC pipe for 63 millimeter diameter, drip line with inline drippers of 16 millimeter diameter. The actual drip lines are 16 millimeter diameter, and they are having the inline drippers. And then laterals are also 16 millimeter diameter, and then PVC control valves, and flush valves, fertigation equipment. So entire system consists of different components. So they are just listed here for information. And this is a schematic diagram of the entire project. How this is the main pipeline, and then these are going to the different fields and zones. There's the laterals, and then drip lines are in the field itself. Then, because the project is covering 24,000 hectares, so pump house is also a very big pump house which was constructed. So it is having centrifugal horizontal split case pumps, 3 numbers, 2 are working and 1 is standby. Then primary filtration unit, pressure transmitters, flow meters, temperature scanners, and alarm system, and then controllers and SCADA system. So I'm not going into that how that automation system is working. So it is fully based on cloud server. Everything is on cloud server, and they are working through that, fully automatic. Then components of automated system which were installed there: web-based client software, then base station at the remote terminal station, and then water meters, pressure transmitters, flow transmitters, hydraulic valves, solenoid pilot valves, pressure reducing hydraulic valve, rain sensor. So they used all these components in the for automated part. In the operation part, pump station, there are 4 pump stations, and pumping operation is controlled using PLC. Overall control is through, they have developed a software called CHARAFI, and Netafim has also developed their own software. So through those softwares, they are controlling the entire operation of the project. Then they have various sensors and primary filters and secondary filters they are using, and control valves. So different components, they have, it has been listed in that note. Then the project also involved that to develop or to find out the marketing linkages, because once what is happening, the produce is available and in the fields, but there is no pipeline to market it. So in that case, this project component contract all involved the complete package, including the marketing linkages. And marketing linkages included conduction of training programs on post-harvest handling of the produce, proposed visit of farmers to the processing facilities, provide linkages to a buyback or selling the produce from the benefited command area through agri consortium. Then information on post-production activities, they were also provided to the farmers. And then finances also, how to get the finances. That information was also provided to the farmers. Then as a part of the project to strengthen the water user cooperative society, the corpus fund was also developed. The corpus fund for smooth functioning of water users cooperative society, they need fund because without fund they cannot work. So for that purpose, the project created a corpus fund and contributed the amount from their fund, and they contributed around 1,300 rupees per year, per acre, per crop as a corpus fund. And there was a provision to increase it after say 3 years and 4 years or 10 years. And the corpus fund will also take care of replacement after say 10 years or 15 years. So that also was considered while creating the corpus fund. Then it also includes the training and capacity development of the farmers, even the government institutes or government departments, they also need capacity development. So that was also considered as a part of this. These trainings are conducted for operation and maintenance of micro-irrigation system, pumping machinery, hair works, fertigation, acidification, and chemigation treatments, filter maintenance, agronomical guidance, and good agriculture practices and crop-specific modules. Thus, the farmers are trained on agriculture and irrigation aspects to produce more and high-quality agriculture commodities, such as fruits, vegetables, grains, millets, under the guidance of the company experts. And then water user groups were created for 100 hectares. There were 129 water user groups were created. And for every 250 to 500 hectares block, cooperative society was created. So that was 28 numbers. Then at the zonal level, zonal federation was created to cover around 2,300 to 4,000 hectares. There are 4 numbers. And then Apex Federation was also considered established for a project level, which consists of 7,382 beneficiaries. But some of the features of this project, which are that it is the largest project in Asia in terms of the following points. Area under single micro-irrigation project. Then irrigation project with complete closed pipe network from source to individual field. Fully web-based wireless auto micro-irrigation project. Number of farmers in the single micro-irrigation project are very large. Largest community-based micro-irrigation project with market linkages. So with this features, now we can see the video, and then you may be seeing the glimpse of that project, how it was developed, and that video is from the Jain Irrigation, who are doing the implemented project package 1.
Resource to root. Welcome to the world's largest. Resource to root. Welcome to the world's largest integrated micro-irrigation project, Ramthal Lift Irrigation Scheme. Located at Hungund Taluk, Bagalkot district of Karnataka, Ramthal project is initiated by Krishna Bhagya Jal Nigam Limited. The entire project is conceptualized on a revolutionary concept of resource to root. Hungund Taluk falls under the drought-prone zone of the state. Farmlands are literally starving for water. Farmers mainly grow rain-fed crops like gram, sorghum, chili. thanks to the efforts taken by the government of Karnataka to alleviate the sufferings of farmers' life by initiating Ramthal Marol lift irrigation project.
It was decided to bifurcate the area into East Main Canal. The east area was planned to provide 12,300 hectares. Ulugund area was brought under drip irrigation. The east side area was awarded to Mrs. Jain Irrigation Limited. The Jain Irrigation, who are the pioneers in micro-irrigation, had started the work initially, giving the details of the bulk water supply as well as the design details of the laterals and other mains and submains.
Ramthal is a path-breaking community irrigation project and is one of its kind not only in India but in the world. Beneficiary farmers are getting multifold benefits like doubling income and higher profits, assured irrigation for 2 crop season, can grow cash crops, reduction in fertilizers and agricultural inputs, improvement in soil health, expert agronomical advice at their doorstep, market linkage and better price for produce. In a nutshell, Ramthal project will make agriculture sustainable and will bring prosperity for the beneficiary farmers. Government of Karnataka also benefited in many ways like increase in water use efficiency over 85% as compared to 35%, doubling the irrigable area with available water. The productivity per cubic meter of water applied is increased to 1.41 kilogram per cubic meter as compared to 0.28 kilogram per cubic meter in traditional canal irrigated projects. Equitable distribution of available water, energy savings up to 50%, minimum land acquisition and rehabilitation expenses, reduced implementation time, stopped migration of farmers and farm laborers, overall increase in irrigated land, increased cropping intensity resulting in higher agri-production, being a public-private partnership model, effective and reliable performance, higher contribution to the exchequer.
ಮೊದಲಿನ ಮಳೆ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಒಂದು ಸೈಡ್ ಮಳೆ ಆದರೆ ಒಂದು ಸೈಡ್ ಮಳೆ ಆಗ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತ ಇಲ್ಲ ರಾಮುಡಿ ಗ್ರಾಮದ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೈತರು ಯುವಕರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ದುಡಿಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಗೋವಾ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಈ ಥರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೇರೆ ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಆದ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ಈಗ ಇದು ಬಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಭಾಳ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ನಾವು ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಊರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ರೈತರು 10 ಎಕರೆ ಒಳಗೊಂಡ ರೈತರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಈಗ ಹನಿ ನೀರಾವರಿ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಬಂದಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಇದನ್ನೇ ನಾವು ಚಲೋತ್ನಾಗ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ನಡೆಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದರೆ ಚಲೋ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಮುಂದೆ ಬರ್ಬೋದು.
12,300 hectare area of Ramthal East package is conceptualized, designed, executed, commissioned, operationalized and maintained by Jain Irrigation Systems Limited. The project is designed with energy efficient optimization. The entire command area is divided into 4 zones. Each of these zones are then subdivided into operational blocks of approximately 100 hectare. There are 129 blocks in the entire 12,300 hectare area of east part. Water from river Krishna is lifted from Narayanpur reservoir to stage 1 and flowed to stage 2. Then from stage 2 of West Main Canal to the sump of Ramthal drip irrigation project. At the sump, water is pre-filtered through advanced rotoclean suction filter to prevent large debris coming to the pumping machinery. Each zone has its own pumping station. There are 12 energy-efficient pumps. All pumps are operated through a variable frequency drive or VFD. Advanced SCADA system controls the operation of pumps on the basis of feedback received from pressure and flow sensors. Water is further filtered through state-of-the-art, fully automatic, online, smart, clean electric filters. Its high-quality quadra-layer stainless steel screen filters out the dirt, sand and soil particles. The smart clean mechanism of the filter automatically cleans the filter element. The filtered water further flows through high-capacity, high-strength HDPE pipe rising main. These pipes have an estimated life of 100 years. They can withstand abusive field conditions and are easy to repair and maintain. Water then enters the block of 100 hectare where it is again filtered through fully automatic, hydraulically operated online smart clean hydraulic filter to ensure that only clean water enters the drip irrigation system. At the block entrance, pressure and flow is regulated through a pressure reducing and flow limiting valve. A pressure transmitter is used to monitor pressure fluctuations within the block. Ramthal project is operated in the most farmer-friendly manner. Every farmer in the project area is separately allotted a wireless controlled automatic valve to operate the irrigation system of his farm. A fertigation unit is provided to inject required quantity of fertilizers directly to plant root zone. Every farm is provided with Jain Irrigation's most popular 5-star rated drip line. Its state-of-the-art clog-resistant dripper design provides maximum uniformity and efficient performance for years. The system is designed to produce an application rate of 2.4 mm per day in Kharif season and 4 mm per day in Rabi season, with around 24 hours of operation per day. Operation of such complex system is controlled and monitored through highly sophisticated web-based IRRICARE irrigation management system. Every user can access and monitor the operation of his irrigation system through the internet. Valve operation schedules are uploaded to IRRICARE software. These schedules are then transferred to master controller called as IRRI-Connect Master through GSM communications. IRRI-Connect Master distributes schedules to each wireless remote terminal unit called IRRI-Connect Pro. IRRI-Connect Pro stores the schedules and operates the field control valves. IRRICARE Master has got an excellent user management facility. All the registered users receive an SMS alert for their valve on-off schedule. The user database can be easily generated and filtered according to crop growth stage, and area under each crop. IRRICARE also facilitates expert agronomists to broadcast bulk messages to the farmer having specific crop regarding crop care and pest or fertilizer management.
ಕೃಷಿ ತಾಂತ್ರಿಕತೆಯನ್ನು ನೀರಿನ ಬಳಕೆಯನ್ನು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ನೀರು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನಾವು ಉಪಯೋಗ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ತಿಳುವಳಿಕೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ರೈತನ ಹೊಲದೊಳಗೆ ಆಟೋಮೇಷನ್ ಮಷಿನ್ ಕೊಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ಯಾಟಲೈಟ್ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಒಂದು ಆಟೋಮೇಷನ್ ವಾಲ್ ಅಂತ ಕೊಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ವಾಲ್ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಆಪ್ರೇಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾವ ಥರ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಬರ್ತಾವೆ, ಅವ್ನು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾವೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ಗೆ ಈ ಥರ ಪ್ರತಿ ದಿವಸ ನಿಮಗೆ ನೀರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಗಂಟೆ ಬರ್ತೈತೆ, ಎಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ವಾಲ್ ಚಾಲು ಇಡಬೇಕು, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ಯುವಲ್ ವಾಲ್ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಆಟೋಮೇಷನ್ ವಾಲ್ ಇದೆ. ಆಟೋಮೇಷನ್ ವಾಲ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಚಾಲು ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಒಂದು ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಆ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಬಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನಾವು ವಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೊಲಕ್ಕೆ ನೀರು ಹರಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ. ಇದರಿಂದ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಯ ಮತ್ತು ಆಳಿನ ಖರ್ಚು ಉಳಿತೈತಿ.
ನಮ್ಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದಾಗ ನೀರುಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತಾ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ತರಕಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ನೀರು ಬೇಕು ಅವಾಗೇನು ಹಾಕಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಮಳೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಳೆ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಆಧಾರಿತ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕುಂತೀವಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾಲದಾಗ ಇಡೀ ನಮ್ಮ ತಾಲೂಕಿನ ಜನನ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ ನಾವು ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ಸಾಗಿಸುವಂಥ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಈಗ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಜೈನ್ ಕಂಪ್ನಿಯವರದು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Beneficiary farmers are associated with a controlling body called Water User Association. Water User Association helps farmers to resolve their day-to-day issues and will control and operate the entire project. There are 28 active Water User Associations formed in east part of Ramthal project. Jain Irrigation Systems is providing training to each member of the Water User Association. Jain Irrigation is also helping the Water User Association to get proper market linkages for crops produced by the farmers. Our expert team of agronomists is imparting crop-related training to the farmers. Farmers are also trained for operation and maintenance of drip irrigation system. Ramthal Irrigation Project is showcasing the sustainable farming effort to achieve water and food security for the nation and promises more crop per drop. Jain Irrigation is proud to be a part of this project. Jain Irrigation Systems Limited, an integrated irrigation solutions provider.
Hello. Thank you for watching this video. I hope that it may be informative to you, and it might have provided some information, insight, how that project was conceived and then developed and implemented, and now it is under operation by both the firms, Gen Irrigation as well as Netafim. So this information is available on their site, and if you have anything to ask, you can ask me anytime. I am here with you for entire whole week. We are together in the field also. So if you have any question, you can ask me at any time, or now if you want, you can ask now also. If you have any doubts or any clarification, otherwise we can talk later.
Thank you, Mr. Verma. It was a very interesting case to show, and it inspires to see such example of projects. Okay, so I assume you are ready for lunch. You have questions?
I have delayed the lunch, so they can ask questions anytime with me about the project or anything related with the irrigation aspects or water resources of India. I will be happy to provide information. Yeah.
I'm working on a remote management project with the office of Abdallah. So I'm asking about the cost. Automating to automate all the process from the pumping process until the irrigation process can be costly.
Actually, unfortunately, I will not be able to answer this question to you, because this project basically was given on a turnkey basis to the company. They designed everything, and the total project cost was around 400 crores. That means you can say 4,000 million rupees, and if you divide by 75, that it will be in dollar term. So this is because this was in turnkey project. So cost part, individual component cost part is available with the company only, not with even with the department or even with any other agency. It will be available with the company. And if you are interested, you can be in touch with Gen Irrigation. You can give that you have seen that presentation and you want some more information, you can connect with them. If you Google or Gen Irrigation, you'll get their information.
Are they constructor of the solution?
Yeah. No, they are from root to resource.
Okay.
So from start to end, and they are providing. And then in Africa, they have a number of offices, a number of countries. They have their offices, and their representatives are there. They are providing their product here, and they are providing their support. And basically, they are from conception to implementation and operation and maintenance. They are doing everything. And incidentally, Gen Irrigation is also one of the member of ICID. They are direct member of ICID. So you can get that information from Gen Irrigation directly.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your rich presentation and for this example, Doctor of India. Just I want to understand I would like ask you, please, if you can explain more about the sustainability and the resilience of the community in this region with regard to this project. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, this water user association in India, they are being implemented from long time under the Government of India scheme called Command Area Development and Water Management Project. Under that, more than 85,000 water user associations have been set up. But as a part of this project, the company was having the responsibility to strengthen water user associations which are already existing there. Or if they are not existing, then they have to create it. Then strengthen them, train them, how to manage their system, how to operate their system. And then even the government provided corpus fund for maintenance part, initial corpus fund. Then subsequently, water user association through their membership, they have to replenish that corpus fund. So initially there were always some resistances there, but when people see from their own eyes, so then they come forward. Seeing is believing. If they see that yes, it is giving it for their benefit, then they will definitely come forward.
Just a question. That project is a very interesting project, but my thinking is the project was a rehabilitation project.
No, it is not a rehabilitation project. It was in 2 stages, and second stage it was not implemented, and then they decided to convert it into a fully piped irrigation system.
Yes, I saw that, but my question is, initially it had a line canal to the farmers.
No. Actually, that part 1 of the project is already having that stage 1 of the project is already having the canal system, because that canal system is already existing canal system, and they were to develop the second canal system also. So, but they decided to go for this piped irrigation network entirely for stage 2, and that they are lifting because in stage 2, because it was on higher level than the reservoir level. So then they decided that was a lift irrigation project was there. Water was to be lifted from the reservoir or canals and then transferred to the project area through open canal system. But they changed this project conception, and they made it entire the conveyance system was made in pipes network, and then with micro-irrigation drip system.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Engineer Mursala Mohammed from Nigeria. The project is a smart project, good. My fear is, will it work in Africa? That is my first question. With our attitude and issues that has to do with technology. And the second part of my question is, the project is design, build, operate, and transfer. So after the time of operation has elapsed, who will own the project? The government or the locals? That is the Water Users Association.
Yes.
If it is the government, I know issues that has to do with operations and maintenance will not be a problem because government have expertise. If it is the locals, what effort or is there any clause in the project agreement that the company will train the locals to maintain the project if they are the ones to take care of the project after their time of contract agreement has elapsed? Thank you.
Yeah, actually, that first question you are saying about Africa, basically, we have to change our mindset. Without changing mindset, we cannot progress. We'll go backward. If we have to go forward, we have to change our mindset. This in India also, there's an automated system and drip irrigation project. We are implementing drip in the parts in the project area, but not a full project under drip irrigation. So this is the first project which is fully under drip irrigation with pipe to conveyance system, because people realized that now because water scarcity, we are facing water scarcity, and then we have to use water efficiently. With this project, you can see that from 12,500 hectares, the project is irrigating 24,000 hectares. That is double. And then farmers' income has increased with the support, with the market linkages. So all these clauses were there in the agreement. And in the design, build, operate, maintain, and transfer project. So here clause is there that government can extend the maintenance period. So I think under this project, they are going for a second maintenance period of 5 years. And one of the responsibility of the company is to train the farmers as well as the department people. Because how to maintain, and once if company is not there, then department will have to take care of it. And as a general practice for maintenance, or even if irrigation project is transferred to the water user cooperatives or water user federation, then dam and reservoir and main canal system, they are maintained by the government, because farmers cannot maintain their big systems. Only they can maintain the small canal system like minors or below minors. So for that purpose, they will do, and then government will support. Definitely, there is obligation that government will provide this financial support as well as technical support even for the maintenance part. And the company, definitely government will, if they are not able to do it, then government will definitely have another agreement with the company to maintain it for the period.
Thank you very much, Dr. Verma. I think it is, for us, it is very important to see such a successful project. This is what happened in India, and we have also in Morocco. There is one very successful project, and this kind of project, it is PPP in general. And we have to differentiate between large scale application and the small scale application. In Africa, the situation may be different, and each country has its own condition, but we have to see this is very important to encourage the role of private sector, and of course with the support of the government. And I see also for as we visit in India, there is very successful cases for low-cost technology, using low-cost technology with solar power energy, with very simple micro-irrigation system. It can be valid for many parts in Africa. And so we have different conditions for large scale and the small scale. I have, because the main theme for the training, how we can sustain our micro-irrigation or advanced irrigation technology. This is very important key. And until now, all of us, we are talking about irrigation. But for long term, we have to consider the quality of our irrigation water, quantity and quality. For long term, we have to take in our consideration how much amount of salt we are adding with irrigation, especially with our, we have arid and semi-arid condition in almost of Africa. And at the same time, we are facing climate change, which means that we can face extreme event like drought and so on. How we can manage this condition? Today we heard from Dr. Kamal about monitoring and evaluation. We have to take all the integration between soil, water, crop, and our system. So this is for large scale application. Like Jane company, it is a big company. It has laboratories and everything they can monitor. But for a small farmer, how they can manage? How we can manage the salt added to the soil, and in other condition, maybe you can. How we can consider? We have to think, and we can discuss it later at the end of the course.
For small scale farmers, also there are applications are there, because in India also at some of the places we don't have say power line, and if we have to irrigate, then solar powered micro irrigation systems are already in place in India at number of places. So they can localize say few hectares to 100 hectares or to 2,000 hectares. They can irrigate. So those examples are already there in India. And just to give you an idea, that biggest project is in India at the moment, which is irrigating, single project is irrigating 1.8 million hectare. 1.8 million hectare is the single project area is there. That is the biggest project. And total irrigated area in India is 65 million hectares. India and China, they are the two countries which are having almost same irrigated area for the order of 65 million hectare. And our total irrigation potential is 140 million hectare. That means we are having two crops. One is summer crop, which we call it Kharif, and winter crop, which call it Rabi. So if we take the area of both the crops, then at the moment, we are irrigating around 120 million hectare at the moment. So this is a vast area which is being irrigated, and we have so much experience since our independence, before independence also. Some of the modern projects, you can say, they are more than 150 years old, which were constructed by Britishers when they were ruling us in India. So we have a very vast experience, and even automation, everything is being done. And this Jain Irrigation and Netafim, they are two biggest companies who are working in the field of micro irrigation. If you have any question, then we can. Yeah.
I'm going to speak in French.
So then,
juste, je voulais.
I have a quick question. Can you hear me? Quick clarification regarding the experience you have shared with us, because the experience you have shared with us, Mr. Varma, relate to all the process up to the internal equipment, what BELABBES called internal equipment. So it's a solution of the company, which is subsidiary of Netafim. So it's the whole process up to the pipe. For the Moroccan experience, it's not the case. In Morocco, we have PPP projects, public-private partnership. It's for agricultural facilities from the dam or from the source of water or from the river up to the head, up to the borders of farmers. And inside the farm, the farmers take care of what they have, what we call in Morocco internal equipment. So when we have always a private partner, or when we have this PPP, results have been satisfactory in the Moroccan case. But for internal equipment, there are companies that take care of the setting up and sizing of the internal equipment, but they don't engage in maintenance for the farmer. So it's up to the farmer to manage his plot inside. So that's the difference between what you have done in India and projects PPP in Morocco. So what you have shared with us is very interesting. What you have done is very interesting in your experience. These were just some small clarifications I wanted to share with you to highlight the difference between our two cases.
Thank you. Actually, you are very right. This project is strictly not a PPP in the sense that everything is being done by the private partner. Here, government has provided money to construct the project. You can call this as a design, build, operate, transfer project. But at the field level, they have laid everything. But at the field level, farmers have to manage their field. Private company is not managing. They are supporting them how to maintain, how to manage water. So they are just guiding them. They are not managing. So like in your case, that farmer is free to grow, and then the government or the company is advising them that you can grow this crop. And because based on that crop, then the water demand is finalized, that how much water is to be delivered to that particular farmer. And generally, one area, the same type of crop is grown. It's not that one farmer is growing chili and other is growing some other crop and third is growing some other crop. Then it will be sometimes difficult. So a particular area or particular block, and then the same type of crop is grown, then it will be easier to maintain. And then just for information, that Jain Irrigation is an independent company and Netafim is an independent company. They are not subsidiary of each other. They are entirely two different companies. So your experience and this experience is almost same, except that their private company is collecting all the water charges, everything. But here, water charges are not being collected by the private company. It is being collected by the government. Government has given the entire money to the private company. Once they are completed, depending on their performance criteria, government is releasing money in one go for construction part, whatever they have done, and for maintenance part based on the certain criteria. So it is more or less the PPP concept is anywhere in the world. It is more or less same with some minor variation to suit the local condition. Thank you. Now I think we can go for lunch. Everybody may be waiting for that.
We are going to start this second sequence of the day with our experts, and the topic of this session will be around the irrigation equipment issues, selection of the equipment, performances of the equipment, maintenance, spare parts, and so on. Because all these ingredients can affect the performance of the quality of irrigation service. So I'm pleased to introduce our colleagues, Mr. Moulay Hari. He is the man with the hat. Very as efficient as discreet. So Mr. Moulali is an agriculture engineer by profession, but he has a long experience in the area of irrigation management and irrigated agriculture. And now he's in the field of handling, managing company of irrigation equipment. I think he is very suitable for providing you with the details you want to know. And beside him is our colleague, Mr. Abdelfattah SGHIR. He is also he has been for a long time involved in the management of irrigation in this area. It's called l'Office du Haouz, managed by the Office Régional de Mise en Valeur du Haouz, Agricole du Haouz, and headed by Director Mr. Boussarer, who was with us yesterday. So Mr. SGHIR has kindly accepted to support and guide and advise ANAFID in the organization of this training and conference program. I am sure he will be very useful for us. And of course, Professor Kamal BELABBES, who accepted to stay because this session is like a follow-up of what he was talking about. So, as you see, I think we are in good hands. Assume you can check this by yourself. So, I don't know, maybe I will give the floor to Mr. SGHIR to introduce the area and raise what kind of problems usually are met, because he has long experience. And then from there we can move to our colleagues. Thank you.
Bonjour à tous. Je me présente, SGHIR Abdallah, ex-chef de service gestion de réseau d'irrigation.
Former head of unit of irrigation in the office of Haouz. First, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to you here in Marrakesh, and I hope this training session on irrigation techniques will be useful to you. Within the Haouz office, the regional director the day before yesterday talked about 160,000 hectares equipped and fitted out with dripping system, but that's within the region of Marrakech Safi, that comprises also Office Haouz and other provincial directorates of agriculture of Shishawa, Sawira, Safi, Youssoufia, Marrakech, and Qal'a Hamna. So, for us within Haouz office, since the advent of Moroccan Green Plan, so up to now we have exceeded the objectives set earlier of 23,000 hectares of drip system in terms of individual irrigation. So we have two types of irrigation. We have drip system irrigation, but we have also people who have their own files, and we have collective reconversion. Regarding individual reconversion, we had objective of 23,500, but there was a lot of desire and passion of farmers who wanted to be fitted out with drip system. They wanted to change from gravity to drip system. I can currently say that we have exceeded 60,000 hectares of individual irrigation. We have by far exceeded our objective. So how to do irrigation? The state has actually moved forward in several stages. Back in the past, there was subsidy of around, when we first started with the agricultural development fund. This fund is a tool for farmers to gain subsidies. And initially, these were subsidies that were not significant. They were around 30%, with some bonuses as incentives. Then we moved to 40%, then we moved to 60%, and now we're around 80%, and even 100% in terms of subsidies. So 80% is for farmers that have over 5 hectares, and the 100 is for farmers having an area lower than 5 hectares, or that have been aggregated. That is, they have engaged in an aggregation project. So now, what is requested before engaging in irrigation project, farmers, they would contact companies, private companies, and these private companies, for example, today we have with us Mullah Abdallah. Let's go to private company of irrigation. These companies are actually ranked within our ministry. So we give ranking to different companies. We have ranking for studies, or for studies and the setting up of the system. So now we have several companies that are based in Marrakech or elsewhere that come over and equip different lands of farmers wishing so. For that matter, you need to prepare a technical study, feasibility study. This study comprises administrative aspects, documents you have to bring in, like, for instance, ID, land or land deed, something that shows that he is the one using that land. And there are some commitments. And that's interesting. The farmer undertakes to set up drip system and maintain drip system for at least 5 years. So this is something that's very crucial. Second, technical studies conducted by the firm that will set up the system. So they start with a presentation of the action area of the project, and they start also with the calculation of the needs in terms of crop waters, and also the distances between different plants, and whether he wants to have any annual crop. So we need to have information about permeability of the land, because we need to have an idea about the soil, the earth. Is it sandy, is it whatever it is. And also the plan. Are we in a land that is flat, we don't need to have curves and so on. But if you are in a land that has got some crashes, you need to bring in other parameters. So then we can conduct pressure, we can assess pressure, output, and so on. What's significant in this project is it has to be a viable project, meeting the needs of the farmer. So depending on the crop he has, the project, the choice of the project of the pipes, because in the marketplace you have different pipes depending on the crop also, because those who have some specific crops, you can use it for once and then you move on to something else. For those who have grow olives and citrus and so on, you need to calculate exactly whether this is a young plant where you can have low outputs, but if it's an old farm, for example, for like olives, you need to have more output for the plant. So you can even sometimes have 2 ramps and so on with different pipes. What's also important, as I said, the station of the head station. That's where we have the source. We need to see whether the source actually allows or is enough for the crop, needs of the crop. So people have groundwater or water from a dam. Here, most farmers have their own wells. As we said the day before yesterday, because of the climate changes, we would receive less water in the dam, so we don't have that possibility of giving water on a continuous basis to farmers. Drip irrigation is an irrigation that should be continuous. It's not something that you can give today and then 1 month you start irrigating. This is ongoing irrigation with doses that are low. For that matter, we need to have specific relevant data pertaining to evapotranspiration. We need to provide to farmers weather forecast stations to have an idea about rainfall, speed, wind speed, and so on and so forth. So we need also to sensitize them to piloting irrigation and the warnings. So there we have the Office of Agricultural Counseling or agencies of our office or private companies. They have some awareness raising campaigns to show them that drip irrigation is not something you do one shot. No, there is installation and facility has to be set up according to the norms, but there are also data that we need to make sure that these data are reliable, including, and we know that it depends on cultural coefficient and coefficient also of dripping, so we don't irrigate all the land. So it also depends on the rainfall of the day. This allows us to calculate the needs for the crops. And finally, the project that companies present should take into account these data. So the farmer needs to have the resource. And lately, we've had some problems with some farmers who set up drip system files, but they don't have enough water to irrigate. So the state cannot bring in subsidies to accompany to people this way. So we require an authorization of pumping delivered by or the authorization of digging the well. So this license requires pumping test. We ask for pumping test to testify that this well, for example, can meet the output of the sizing. Now, we have talked about the needs in terms of water. We talked about the soil, that's important. Because if we have soil that's sandy, so all the water will go deep. And that's water goes with fertilizers and so on. So the plant would have problems actually getting this water and fertilizer. Here we should see again the distances between pipes, and we should see distances and space between ramps. This is something that we need to do upstream initially. Now, the head station is made up of refuge to protect the equipment against rain and so on. And the head station is made up of filters. We put them there to filter water coming from fertigation. So we start with fertigation. So we put all fertilizers there for the crop, and we have filters. Usually they have disc filters, but you can have disc filters or sand filters and so on. And the meter exactly, or the steps. So you might see that tomorrow this is station made up of these components, and if we have water of good quality, we don't need big filtration. But if we use, for example, those who use wells, especially if there is sand in the well, they should make some filtering of hydrocyclone, allowing to remove all the sand there. So we talked about the station. Now let's move on to the project. Once the project is fully prepared, we can sometimes put some basins if necessary, and the state can give also subsidies for basins and pools. For farmers having less than 80%, those who have 80% of subsidies for large areas, they have a subsidy of, I think, 36,000 dirhams for drip system and 16,000 dirhams for basin pool. And there are caps that we cannot exceed, of course. If people have 100% of subsidy, the small farmers and those aggregated farmers, they can have 45,000 dirhams in terms of subsidy for dripping system, and they can also have 20,000 dirhams for the basin as maximum amount. There's also a cap, a ceiling regarding the volume in the basin. The maximum you can get if you have 100% is 60 dirhams per cubic meter. So that's if you want to have basin. So we have people who have water from dam or irrigation from well. They pump water, or they take water from the office and they put in the basin to meet the need of culture at moments of top need. So the size of the basin is not something you can do by chance. It's something that's based on good calculations. The basin will also be equipped with a small pump that will put water in the station of filtering. Farmer, as I said, will go ahead with the fertilization. We'll have to do fertigation because it's important for dripping system. Instead of putting fertilizers outside, they need to go with the water, with irrigation. So we'll have valves to manipulate, and farmers having resources or have large areas can actually do something automated. So, for example, valves that can be managed from distance. You don't need labor to open and close valves. Once we see that the study is well done, pressure is good everywhere in the network, because with regard to dripping system, you need to have pressure in pipes between 1 to 2 bars. You need to have the output, the same output everywhere in the whole field. You need to have the same output, and normally the study should take all this into account. So all ramps need to show this response to condition of speed, pressure, and so on, so we can have homogeneous field, homogeneous distribution. I think there's a method, Mr. Abbas may have talked about that. Among the interesting things in drip irrigation, and then we can say whether it's reliable irrigation, whether the network works fine. It's the coefficient we call Christiansen coefficient, coefficient for the uniformity of irrigation. For that matter, we can actually have some tests. There's a technique actually to take pipes on ramps and take from the ramp a few ramps. On each ramp you can take 4 pipes and it's 16 and everything, and then you calculate to measure the pressure, measure the output, to check whether there will be uniformity in terms of irrigation. Once this is done, we need to move on to the quote, price estimate. The price estimate should feature reasonable prices. You can have a study just to have subsidy, but the prices are over the last few years, especially this year, we have had prices that are high, or PVC. That's why we shouldn't put in too much diameter if there is no need for that, or too small diameters. We should not oversize, we should not undersize. So once the study is well done, well prepared, once all the price estimates seem logical, reasonable, we would issue an approval. And then the farmer, through the company that will do the work for him, has 2 years to actually make this project happen. After 2 years, this approval is no longer valid. Generally, there are some farmers that do the work very quickly, others don't do that very quickly, and they have the right to add 6 months before the expiry date of the approval. Something else done here in Morocco is that companies take actually kind of mandate for debt to help to encourage reconversion. Sometimes the farmer does not have financial means to fund his project, so he agrees with the company in return for delegation of debt so that the company can achieve the project. Once the project is achieved, the subsidy goes to the company and the farmer pays only the difference to the company. That was a means to encourage, although the state has come up with other means, for example, for agricultural loans, we have in there a chapter for irrigation loan. So farmers, of course, cannot go that far. Perhaps companies can go and take this means for funding of their project, but generally, this is done between the farmer and the company, a delegation or power of attorney, kind of power attorney for that. So once the project is done, we have documents from the farmer and the final invoices, and there is a committee that goes in the field to check whether the project has really been achieved based on the study that was submitted. And we need to have the same equipment as provided initially. We need to see the same material and equipment. And then you can check some sectors to check uniformity of irrigation. If there are no comments, no observations, then the subsidy is paid to the farmer. This goes to agricultural fund for payment. If the farmer or the company conducting the project, if we go outside and in the field and we have some observations, we notify them of these observations, and they have 6 months to actually do remedial work. Correct as per the observations and remarks. Another thing important is that here in Morocco, when we set up the system of subsidy, we set up within the ministry an application called SABA crop. This application, every time a farmer wants to have a project, because rural fund, rural development fund subsidize other things like collect of rainfall equipment, agricultural equipment. So within Saba, anytime a farmer submits his file, he's registered in Saba. So in all offices, we have a single window in charge of this operation. And then the second services are in charge of the follow-up, study, checking, and so on, delivery, and so on, up to the payment. So this is one single window in charge of that. So much about this project, one-stop shop. So what should the farmer do to make this project happen? Because as I said, he needs to keep it at least for 5 years. But it's not by doing nothing, he will keep the network for 5 years. There are operations of maintenance that need to be conducted, operations that are regular, operations that are come at the end of the campaign. So all this is interesting, important to be done. If we don't do that, over 1 year, we'll see a system that's not operating. So we know that pipes will be blocked. So every 15 days, we need to clean the network with acid to remove all the particles and residues. Same thing with pipes. If you don't do anything, you know, things will be stuck inside. Filters also. We need also, from every now and then, we need to remove filters. For filters, we are obliged to have manometers, upstreams and downstreams, and depending on the difference of pressure, if we have a filter that's automatic and self-cleaning, so much the better. But filters we have here are usually not self-cleaning. No cleaning then can be conducted automatically after the falling pressure. So the farmer then should be every now and then go and check manos. If things are blocked, then should be opened and clean all discs we have within the filter. If we have filter, a filter, for instance, that has got strings or that has got heat, then we can do it the same way. Pumping station, if we don't change oil within the engine, usually these are electric engines or butane engines. So now and then we have to conduct some maintenance, changing oils, filters, air filters, and so on. So these are operations that are crucial, but farmers tend to forget them. That's why we have a fully fledged campaign of awareness raising with ONCA, the National Office of Agricultural Counseling, and also in DERA here, we have the convention with DRC, the Regional Directorate of Agricultural Counseling in Marrakesh, and we have initiated these topics in the Agricultural Council to be given by rural councillors or agricultural councillors who are private, public or private. ONCA needs sometimes to hire the private sector for this specific topic. The topic of maintenance of equipment is an aspect that has to be addressed separately. We'll have counselors that come over to the farmers to give them a demo and show them how to do and so on. Piloting irrigation is also the same thing. It's a pilot, it's a course that we do. Also, we show them how to read the station, meteorological station. There are data shown there, but what is the point in having these data if you don't give farmers the necessary information? All this is done jointly with associations and with farmers to actually have a network. You don't need to have a large awareness and say we have 70,000 hectares converted, but the system that you have set up needs to be high performance, should not result in water loss, because it's pointless having a dripping system in a country that is arid, and then we have dripping system, but you end up consuming more than you would consume in the gravity system. So this is not, it's not just a matter of technique, but there's also anything relating to good governance of irrigation network. Thank you very much. I'm at your disposal if you have any questions or queries. Thank you for your kind attention.
Merci.
Thank you.
Non, franchement, merci beaucoup, SGHIR, parce que c'était une
Thank you, SGHIR. That was good illustration of what we talked about over the last two sessions. Case of Haouz So thank you for focusing on the procedure for individual equipment. I focused a lot on collective equipment, so that comes to complement information at the right time. It was clear, straightforward procedure followed, and the organization of the ministry and of offices with regard to systems of centralizing subsidies. So the system is up and running. One single shop for one shot is, we have one-stop shop that gets all requests for subsidies and would pass them on to technical units. This happens in all DPAs, all directors. This is an idea that we need to keep in mind for our African friends. Centralization of information is very important to best use information and to have a system of follow-up of these subsidies extended to farmers. So we have also insisted on the procedure and on the need to meet distribution. You know, the subsidies are not distributed haphazardly, but you have to meet terms of reference, status of land, activity pursued. There are caps, ceilings for these subsidies. So everything is very well regulated, very well managed at the central level as well as at the local level within different ministerial departments. Thank you very much. That was very good. Complementary information to what you have talked about so far. Mr. Abdallah, a quick word.
Salam alaikum.
Hello.
Ce que je vais compléter, je ne sais pas.
I don't know what really to bring in, but when you work in the private sector, in a dripping company, for 30 years or 20 years, working on dripping system in general, we have followed the process from the beginning. I was former engineer in the office, and it was the gravity, then we moved on gently to dripping system, and then performance in terms of dripping system. The systems were developed, now we're moving to post-dripping system. Here we're working on irrigation, frequency, and portions to give. So what Mr. SGHIR has said was largely sufficient regarding procedure. I can talk to you about maintenance because in terms of dripping system, this equipment is minimal variable with a good study, very good study, especially in terms of filtering and design. The maintenance aspect is insignificant. In Plus, we have occupied for 20 years. We have no intervention. Very good filtering. So there's injection of acid after each fustigation. So maintenance is something that's really insignificant. So we have to conduct very good study at the beginning on type of water. This differs, but I can tell you in 80% of cases, in terms of pumping, you know, for water table, water is clear. There is a bit of limestone, but with fertigation and filtering, and the choice of pipes coinciding with the study, this is a problem that is insignificant. It's not really a big issue. So in the private sector, we are not consulted throughout this stage of spare parts. This is almost insignificant. We have just some crashes or accidents, break-in bars and so on. So the problem is not a real problem. State has contributed to this because before conducting study, there are units that control this. So all the change of problems that come afterwards is all these are solved upon approval. So the candidate and his study are there before even moving ahead with the approval. After the approval, there is no problem. So that's all I can say. I can respond to the questions. I'm sorry, I'm a lot more a man of action, man of words.
Okay,
he seems to be willing to say.
We can go ahead to the questions.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm going to discuss some points about the operation of irrigation systems. Also, I would like to comment what my brother from Nigeria said about farmer participation and water user association and about irrigation management transfer. Because we have this experience in Sudan. Sudan has very great experience in irrigation, especially in large irrigation system. Maybe Dr. Harish said earlier, they have more than 100 years, and the design, we have SGHIR scheme, which have been designed in 1916, 1915, something like this, before the First World War. And it's mainly based on British experience in design of open canals in India. So they designed the great SGHIR scheme. And in 2000, there is a proposal for transferring the management of irrigation system from the government to the water user association, to the farmers. So this proposed come by the World Bank. They conduct a study and have this proposal. Just we need to have an idea about the SGHIR scheme, that the irrigation system is contained from the upper system, which main canal, major, and the lower system is minor canals and field irrigation system. The recommendation from the World Bank says that farmers should have more participation in irrigation process. And however, this concept have been opposed by the Ministry of Irrigation, that farmers are not qualified enough at that time to run these canals. This experiment make a lot of arguments, and the World Bank make a pilot study on one farm, selected one major canal, have a lot of support for this group of water user association, and take the leaders of the ministry and from farmers to see experience in Egypt and in Pakistan and in India and in Turkey. And they said that farmers can manage irrigation system, so they can manage it in SGHIR. And directly after this experiment finished, so the season is very successful, they decide that all the schemes should be converted to be managed by water user association. So by one decision in 2005, more than 1,700 water user association has been established just on paper. To just give you the conclusion of what happened, the system almost, the irrigation system almost destroyed. Canals have been overdigged, a lot of sediment problem, and gates have been moved out, stolen, and even some farmers start selling their lands because the productivity is very low. I have made a study about this institutional situation, even presented in my PhD and published a book about it, about institutional arrangement of irrigation system. So the conclusion that you can't push people to something that they don't know. Even I said that the pilot study is fully funded by the World Bank, you know. Experts and even the farmers have been paid, and a lot of tension to make this pilot study success. So it's success. However, other water user association, they don't have this capacity. They don't have the knowledge. They don't have the support. They don't have even they don't have the will to participate in irrigation. So I wrote some conclusions, like 4 conclusions and recommendations. Before you ask farmers to be participated, you need first to get them familiar with this concept. And a pilot study is not enough because we are researchers and we do research. It's called unrepresentative sample. You take a sample, you give it a lot of support. So it is unrepresentative because not all farmers get the same support. After you do the sample for the training, I think you need to make it as a sample, for example, on small scale. You start with, for example, 1 division, you start with 1 canal, and upscaling. For example, in Egypt, I have seen that like until 1990, there is only about less than 20, or I'm not quite sure from the number, but it's a very simple number for more than 50 years since starting the establishment of Water User Association. And then it gradually started growing by sharing experience between farmer and by sharing the knowledge. So starting with adopting the Water User Association as the leaders in irrigation should be started gradually, not by once or by a decision. And also, we need to make sure that farmers are well known with the design criteria, or at least the basic concept of irrigation. For example, in our scheme, in our case in SGHIR, it was designed to irrigate only 50%. And the main canals only deliver the water for the 50% of the land. Farmers cannot at the first understand what is this, and said that we have lands, we need to cultivate all the area, and we will manage to deliver the water. Irrigation engineers are not helpful in this process, so we will deliver the water for our all lands. And surprisingly, I have some figures, if you can see them. There is a significant decrease in the irrigated area after what happened, and others like increasing the deposition and destroying the hydraulic structure of the canals and other problems. The last conclusion is, I believe that farmer participation in irrigation management is the future, but we need to know how to adopt this idea, not by forcing them to do that, not by just put it for them to do that. More research is required in this field to understand the socio-economic, to understand the behavior of the farmers. And also there is some concept we need to differentiate between large irrigation system and small irrigation system. In large irrigation system, you have big infrastructure. The management of this infrastructure is mainly engineering because canals design, canals operation is mainly engineering aspects. For example, the hydraulic structure, the design, the calculating mining coefficient, calculating the roughness, and the distribution of water, even the head losses of the gates to calculate. All these parameters is engineering aspects. So farmers can manage the water on the farm, but they can't manage the infrastructure, especially the big infrastructure. Other concerns that in our case is water distribution. Irrigation engineer has no, he doesn't have any conflict of interest in managing the irrigation water. So he will deliver the water and distribute it between all the farmers as adequacy and adequity. But farmers, they used to deliver water for their own farmers, for their own farms, and for their relative, and for, so that water user association, if this is your cousin, if this is your father, if this is, you will give him the water. And you will not give other users because you have conflict of interest in this case. So all these concepts are faced after we are adopting this experience. I think it is very, very rich experience. We need to study it with more details to get more lessons. I have a published paper. I can share it with you about the details of what happened in Jazeera scheme. So my comment is, or my final conclusion is, we need to differentiate between large irrigation system, which have engineering infrastructure, and small scale irrigation system that can be managed by farmers. So I think this is all what I need to say.
Donc, permettez-moi d'abord de vous remercier. Donc, pour
I'd like first to thank you for welcoming us
cette chance de
and
s'exprimer
for
devant des
this
experts.
opportunity to take the floor before experts. This is something we don't always have.
Donc, d'après
So,
ce qui a été exposé,
according to what has been presented
différents exposants,
by different
je
speakers,
vois que
I can
on a
clearly
plus
see
d'opportunités,
that we have a lot more
surtout
opportunity here,
en termes
especially in terms of
création de dynamique
creation of economic dynamics
au milieu rural,
in areas having to do with maintenance. So if there is a national strategy that's going to allow us to create micro companies to go ahead with maintenance counseling,
pour Monsieur BELABBES, j'ai un problème avec
I have a problem with the association network. Why? Well, we're not talking here about more profitable setting. We're talking about companies where farmers can be organized, associations where farmers can be organized. We're talking about market enhancement, sales, profit. So people will be a lot more motivated to give the best. And so they have framework of recruiting technicians that can actually help them. In terms of fertigation, irrigation, and technicians who are agronomists who can help them and guide them. So opportunities here through the dripping system, we've talked about waste. We can talk about recycling and preparation of raw material.
will provide spare parts, and this will allow us, of course, to substitute somehow and to participate in the maintenance. Furthermore, one important point that I would like to highlight is for the collective networks. From my experience in TEDLA, maintenance is the pillar of any success of reconversion projects. If we have good maintenance, well done, because we get out of the framework of the traditional irrigation, we get into an industrialized irrigation. We treat water, it's the treatment of the water, and the means that allow to move the water from the source to the parcel are means that require requirements for maintenance, for a better and an optimal investment, both in maintenance or renovation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Merci. J'aimerais
the issue of Moroccan experience that has to do with Water Users Association. How do you appoint them? Maybe do the government appoint the leaders in the Water Users Association, or they conduct election by themselves? And is there a kind of auditing of their activities by the superior, maybe by the government or other agencies, how they spend their monies, how they do their activities? Is there any support that the leaders of the Water Users Association do receive as a form of incentives to make them work more from the government or from the coffers of the association? And the last one, I think, is do you reward them or punish them when positive or negative things happen? Thank you.
Tout d'abord, je tiens de remercier Monsieur.
First of all, I would like to thank the gentleman for the explanation for the project of the individual farmers. And after what I have seen this morning with Mr. Kamal, with Mr. Bishbet, I have understood the governance followed by Morocco to succeed this project. And honestly speaking, I would like to say that it's a good experience to duplicate in other African countries. The problem is not the scarcity of water, but it's also the management of water. So the question here is the good management of water. My question, as long as it is training on the adaptation of climate change, to what extent do you see that this experience has succeeded to adapt itself to this problem of climate change in these zones from your experience? Thank you.
I think it is very fruitful discussion, and for this reason we are here to learn from each other. And I am very happy to hear from Dr. Ahmed from Sudan about their experience in Water User Association. And I fully agree with him. Water User Association, it is not just a number, but at the end he mentioned that the system was destroyed and so on. So we have to know what we need from each other, what we need from Water User Association, what we need from the private sector, each of us, and also from the government. Each of us has a certain role, and it must be clear. In final, it is a win-win situation for all. This is first. Then I have one comment. You have mentioned that at the beginning, you collect some information about water quality, about soil type, and if the soil is sandy soil, which means that the water will go deep. Here, I would like to take your kind consideration to both underline about sandy soil with micro-irrigation and also with the water quality. Here, as you mentioned, the main source is groundwater. And of course, if it is the only source, the quality will not continue as it is forever. So for long term, we have to be more careful. The situation, even in the soil, it will be changed with the time. And under this condition, we cannot do any sustainability. Here, our main objectives here to look for sustainability for our micro-irrigation system, especially in our weather conditions.
I'll also share experience about water user association from one of the project which was implemented by ADB, and I was project officer. ADB is Asian Development Bank. So I was project officer for that particular project. And then as a part of the project, intensive program was taken up for 100,000 hectares under different schemes. Around 47 or around 100 schemes were there, bigger and medium. In India, we call schemes lesser than 2,000 hectares as a small schemes, minor schemes, and 2,000 to 10,000 as a medium scheme, and greater than 10,000 hectare as major schemes. So number of major and minor schemes were taken, and then 100,000 hectare was taken for intensive program. And under that, a team of consultants, they gave training and capacity development of water user association, almost 100 or so. And then they worked very well during the project period. Then with that implementation or intensive programming, the yield for paddy, which was 2.8 ton per hectare before implementation of the project, it rose up to 5.8 ton per hectare. That means almost doubled. And then water user associations were given the training, and they were doing the collective input and collective output of the produce. So they were bringing at one place, and then the water user association were identifying the buyer and from across the state, and they were doing. So what I want to say that with the intensive project implementation and the support, they could achieve a lot. And we wanted to institutionalize that PIM unit, with Participatory Irrigation Management Unit in the Water Resources Department of the government. But somehow, by the end of the project, that unit could not be set up because of some indifferent attitude of some of the officers of the department. And when we went after 2 years as a project completion for a project completion report, we found that only few of water user association, they were working properly at that time. But rest, they were it was not sustainable. So that means that department has to work hard and they have to change their mindset. Because we are in the department, generally we are engineering centric. We want to do engineering works, but we don't want to look into the social aspects and economical aspects and support of the water user association. So if we want to make water user association successful, we want to make projects successful, then definitely water user associations have to be provided handholding support, not less than 5 years. Where we've experienced that 4 to 5 years is a time which is required to provide handholding support to them. And then department should have the institution, one unit of participatory irrigation management to provide continuous support as and when required to water user association. Otherwise, they will not function properly. That is our experience from that project which we implemented few years back.
Merci. Merci.
Thank you so much. Very happy to see that this question of associations of irrigations get all this attention to succeed. A project of irrigation, it's not the whole thing. I totally agree with the idea that we should distinguish two levels, two scales in Morocco. In Morocco have the high irrigated perimeters, and then we have PMH, small and medium districts, that has been for our assessors working with JMAA, with the Association of Irrigators, which assures the maintenance of their canals, the maintenance, and who didn't pay the water. They contributed in nature with work, with time, work time. In Morocco, the farmer pays water in cubic meters. So when we require these associations to take into account the management of this, and they say yes, but we pay our dues. So this function is taken by the manager. So I think that for many years to come, in the modern perimeters, a manager has got his reason of being and should be taking care of the maintenance of the collective platform and the association of water users that work in the modernized perimeters, like the drip-in perimeter. So their function should develop beyond the maintenance to take care of the other points, like conseil agricole, for instance. But I would not believe that we'll see one day the experience has taken its place in Morocco in the 1990s. We have tried to give in a participative management, the management of infrastructure, and it didn't work out for some reasons, because they pay their dues and the state is the manager. They should take care of the maintenance. So in terms of the modernized perimeters, we should distinguish what I have called rehabilitation, external rehabilitation, that is followed up by the administration, and the maintenance is linked to filtering stations, networks of adduction. Now, at the level of farmers, maintenance, Abdallah has said it. So these are organs that are chosen in a robust way by in the vans, filters, instrumentation of measures of pressure and counter is robust, resistant.
Beaucoup d'entretien, mis à part la filtration dont on a parlé, et mis à part les quelques fuites qui peuvent y avoir.
And other leaks that can be seen in the network. So some tentatives, some attempts for the maintenance of the agriculture. Some attempts have been there to form some people, some farmers where we had a good experience. It can be interesting to meditate. We have taken the sons of farmers that have followed a training that has been assured by the companies, right? By the Federation of Moroccan companies that are working in the dripping system. They have followed training of 1 year with internship. So the idea behind that, so that these sons of farmers should be recruited by the association to assure these services of maintenance and fixing. So it was not done because the farmer does not pay that service. The small farmer of 1 hectare if there is a leak, he's going to repair it, or he is going to call a plumber. So if there is a van, broken van, or by a tractor, for instance, he's going to replace it. So there is less service that is required. So, and the farmer does not pay and will not pay. And I have come to this conclusion while I have worked in Douala with the sons of farmers in Douala. There is a small part of these that has been recruited by the dripping company. So somehow I think that by the end of the day, these associations, it's true that we should think about their status quo and work on other issues. We have spoken of recycling of material. The recycling of PVC is allowed. There is part of PVC that is recycled in the industry. And polyethylene. The question of the associations, there has been a question on the are we going to penalize or going to give incentives to these associations? The legal text allows some incentives, but for the time being, as long as the association are not taking care of the maintenance, this retain of the incentives would go back to is not done in reality, and we have to, if we want to give role to these associations, we have to provide them with means. They have to have donations, some financial support maybe. We have lots of reinforcement of capacity activities, training sessions. If we want to, that these associations have a maintenance team repairing leaks within farms, helping out the farms in agricultural consulting. We have to provide these associations with means their function. There has been a question of whether they're elected or not. So associations of water users have got their own laws. They have general assemblies every year. There are some administrative procedures to assure a dynamic in their bureaus. So it all boils down to money, as we say. When there is no financial means, these associations are limited in their action plans.
Alors, merci, c'est Kamal BELABBES parce qu'il a répondu à pratiquement toutes les questions. Effectivement, moi, quand j'ai pris la parole, j'ai cru qu'on va se focaliser uniquement sur l'impact de l'irrigation.
We would focus only on impact because of climate change. Other than dripping system within our regional of Haouz, office of Haouz, this is a public body created in 1966, and we have different units there within our office. Among the offices we have here, working on irrigation networks, we have equipment unit and unit of network management, and we have other units. Since the inception of the office, we have set up lots of parameters. Currently, we have around 144,000 hectares of perimeter irrigated. As our colleague said, from Sudan, irrigated by water, by dam waters built in the 70s. We had a dam built even in 1935 during the protector era. So there are 3 large perimeters irrigated. The point then was what was done there was gravity irrigation with primary, secondary channels and so on, and having different trams, well-defined crops, soil. So there was this facility. We would call that modernization back then. And as Kamal BELABBES said, irrigation is secular. In big chunk of Moroccan territory, we had irrigation that was traditional. In Haouz, we had some wells, rivers, streams, which were not regulated by dams. And people had SGHIRs where they would irrigate their land. And SGHIR is something that dates back to the old dynasties, the Al-Muhad dynasty. They used to irrigate with SGHIRs. And prior to that, even the Almoravid dynasties, we would irrigate with Khataras. We had another system of underground galleries irrigating the territories. Back then, there was no intensive pumping. It was easy to bring water to the plots. From then, farmers, over time, they managed in community over centuries. So when we came in 670s, the office of bureau started. Then we had a director back then who was a sociologist. Late Paul Pascon worked on all these matters because he had a publication, very precious publication called The Haouz of Marrakesh. It's a very precious publication recalling irrigation, how it used to be done in villages, in tribes, how we would gauge irrigation time of each one, how we would share, for example, the costs of management and so on, and what to do, for example, even in operations of maintenance by Twiza system. Twiza means you would bring all people of the tribe and you would have an operation of maintenance, fixing breaches, fixing holes, and so on. So you had the system. When we came with a modern system with channels, primary, tertiary, secondary channels, we had to do something that would look like what used to be done by farmers in the past. And we didn't have then any law. There was no law of association. In Morocco, the only law existed related to associations called union associations for privileged farmers. During the colonization period, they had colonizers who were here, and they created associations of unions of privileged farmers. So they had their own statutes, with the treasurer of the association was actually the tax authority officer. We didn't have association, so within Haouz, we tried to work with clusters of irrigators prior to the law. The law was enacted in 1990. It's the law that governs now association. It was enacted and passed in 1990, and that was actually a law that would give more attention to farmers. They are the ones who will elect their own board, made up of 6 individuals, president, VP, treasurer, so on, and they will have a 7th member who is the representative of the administration, but you cannot vote, no right to vote, just to report to the administration what happens within the association. And they had also, they should have general annual meetings each year and change 1/3 of their membership.
Et c'est des associations qui doivent produire un rapport financier et un rapport moral sur leurs activités.
They produce financial reports, moral reports.
Nous, comme on était presque, c'est-à-dire on a commencé à travailler avec les groupements dirigeants.
We started working with these clusters. We involved associations from the beginning.
C'est-à-dire comme on a un réseau qui fait.
We have a network with 140,000 hectares with primary canals and so on. But there were tertiary canals with a lot of captures that need to be opened and closed. So we gave this task to the association. So nothing in return. Farmers would be clustered in irrigation groups and then into association, and they were in charge of water distribution. Here, water distribution, the role.
Il se limite en tête de la prise tertiaire. L'administration fournit
the administration would give a sheet of the water turns, each one with their time during their turn, and the people in charge are the ones who give each one their turn to get water in real time. So this is just about distribution, but we have also involved association in everything relating to curing of tertiaries and change of valves and so on. So we cannot continue to change them. The association that take care of that. So we have started with small interventions that can be taken care of by the association without any return from the state. In 1996, the World Bank and Project projects came in. That was in vogue then. We started talking about participating approach in irrigation. I remember then we had this international seminar in Marrakesh, second seminar in Agadir. We wanted actually to take ideas that were developed somewhere else. So associations would take care of all the network. And after that, The network used to be run by the administration. So law would not allow associations to have other funding. So we could get grant donations, but as people cannot actually advocate to get these subsidies and grants, they could not get any money. So back then, we would start gradually. We would say this operation will be covered by the association. The return for this intervention will be granted by the office to the association. If the association has got means, more significant means to have the change of canals and so on, which is difficult in itself. When we get to have an association capable of doing this, then we can give them this activity, but the return, the equivalent, will be given to the association. But we have not managed to get to this stage so far. There was a study. Study that was completed, a study called PPP, Public-Private Partnership. This has triggered so much discussion because the ministry did work with a consulting firm on how to manage irrigation network in the future. That is starting at the beginning, at the end of the study. So we were thinking about PPP as what we used to do in perimeter called Al-Gardan. And in fact, there were people that were against PPP. That means the state will give management of the network to private companies, and private companies should provide water service of good quality to farmers. They have to pay fees higher than what they pay in the office, but they can have good service. And it's this association, the company, that will continue to manage the network for a few years by operating changes and by moving to reconversion if necessary. But there were other organizations saying, why is it the private sector? Because management by associations was raised. In TEDLA, we had a number of associations that came into a federation. And the federation asks, why are you giving management of the network to the private? If you give us the resources that you give to the private, we can do that. So in the future, we can have associations that can say, if you give us financial resources, technical resources, we can get the technical skills. We can recruit engineers, technicians, and so on and so forth. We can buy material, we can manage. But we need to have financial resources. So that's regarding the issue of management. So we have associations here in Haouz. So we have around 225 associations that were taken. So a few years ago, it was necessary to have an association, but the association should come from associations themselves. So they had to meet in associations. An association by the administration is going to fail, is doomed to failure. So we brought together 200 plus associations to help to dynamize within ONCA as part of collective irrigation. Now we have technical assistants working with associations, and they insist on holding general annual meetings each year and the changing of the board and so on.
Qui sont éparpillés. Et des fois, ils ne font pas les réunions, c'est-à-dire les assemblées générales dialogue, ils le font sur 4 ans, 3 ans, 5 ans. Mais quand on a une assistance...
So, but when we have technical assistance, and that's the case of projects of collective reconversion, to succeed in reconversion, collective reconversion projects, what did we do? The state will equip external equipment, then we have internal equipment. So the best talk about collective reconversion, and we had support action. These support actions for farmers and their
associations.
Their associations. So this is
jour le jour avec ces associations. Formation sur qu'est-ce que c'est la UA, comment il va gérer sa trésorerie s'il jamais un jour il aurait un compte, etc. bancaire, comment on leur fait des essais de démonstration pour avoir des cultures qui sont valorisantes, on leur fait des formations sur tout ce qui est pilotage, avertissement à l'irrigation, maintenance, mais là c'est vraiment dans les secteurs de reconversion. Donc dans les secteurs de reconversion, on travaille en plein temps avec les associations et on travaille avec eux pour la constitution de leur dossier, parce que le projet, la reconversion collective, c'est pas un projet de l'office, de l'État. L'État, il a fait les équipements externes, mais tout ce qui est équipement interne, c'est normalement le maître d'ouvrage, c'est l'association. Et donc l'association, c'est elle. Nous, on l'aide. On aide l'association avec, on fait des appels à concurrence, des appels à manifestation d'intérêt pour les sociétés qui veulent travailler sur un secteur pour la reconversion. Mais tout le travail, il se fait, c'est-à-dire le maître d'ouvrage, c'est l'association. Maintenant, est-ce que l'association, il doit s'arrêter uniquement ici ou bien il doit continuer à travailler avec les agriculteurs, avec ses adhérents après équipement? Ça, c'est la grande question. Parce que maintenant, c'est les associations, ils sont là, ils sont dynamiques, ils bougent, ils cherchent est-ce que vous avez, quand est-ce qu'on va avoir l'approbation pour l'équipement, etc. Mais une fois on termine l'équipement, il faut que, pour moi, je dis que il faut que ces associations continuent à faire le travail qu'ils faisaient maintenant avec la même dynamique. Et j'ai bien peur que, une fois les assistances techniques vont partir, qu'on retombe dans l'oubli d'y aller les associations. Et merci.
Une petite remarque sur la performance d'irrigation, sur le matériel. Qu'est-ce qu'il a impact ou pas sur le projet?
Whether it have impact or not on the project, I think a small idea can come up here is that we made a lot of progress with regard to the water consumption.
Plus qu'on est performant en l'irrigation, plus qu'on gagne.
The more we have good performance, the more we gain in terms of quantity. However, this quantity we get in this project, it is reconverted in area. So you can find an engine that works for 10 hectares, for example, an engine working for 6 hours for 1 hectare. Then we have good performance of irrigation. We reduce it to 8 hours. However, we increase the area. So 16 hours of work is the same. It's an idea that is there. So all we gain is reconverted in area. So all we work, all we do is here. Perhaps this is due to world need and consumption. I don't know. But the impact is very insignificant. I think that's a quick answer to your observation.
Okay. Il est 4h30.
I think it's 4:30. I think time is up. We've had enough time to share with our colleagues from the profession, from technical assistance, Kamal BELABBES is engaged in technical assistance as you've been told, and with SGHIR, Abdelfattah, large experience in the field. So perhaps we can adjourn the session. We have coffee break, and then you can. And tomorrow we'll convene again, all of us at 9 at SGHIR Hotel. Those who are at SGHIR, no problem. Those who are not there need to take buses. Buses will bring them to SGHIR, so we can go to our visit. That will be a field visit to the office of Haouz. So, have with us a young professor Abdelfattah, who will be with us, and we'll also have Atman Amharouk, who is also a young professional from the office, with Monsieur Abdelfattah SGHIR, and we have the chief engineer that can help us visit the research plant on micro-irrigation with low consumption of energy. This is research conducted in collaboration with Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, in the US. We'll have coffee break offered by Office House, and then we'll have a late lunch. Tomorrow, lunch we'll take it in the same restaurant, but it will be a bit delayed. Then tomorrow, you'll see if we make it in time, as we'll have 2 mini buses, we'll schedule for you the visit to the water museum. If we are able to get there before the closing of the museum. Other than that, it will be scheduled anyway. So this afternoon, you can, with Raja Tanji, schedule some kind of visit to Marrakesh after the coffee break. That's it. We'll stop for coffee break.